Chapter 124. This man was about 24 or 25 years old. He had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. His blonde hair had a hint of nobility to it, and his unruly eyes emitted a cold chill. The corners of his mouth were slightly upturned, like a smile, but also like a little mischievous. He was dressed in white casual clothes. He wasn't tall, but he was extremely sturdy. Apart from a scar from his ear to the corner of his mouth that ruined his overall beauty, he could be considered a handsome man. The man had a student ID card of the Balarax Academy pinned on his chest. The old man guarding the gate glanced at him and waved his hand to let him in. I haven't been back for 2 months, but it seems like the academy has changed a lot. The man muttered to himself as he walked. At this moment, he frowned slightly because he saw the building that was being renovated. Renovating? What's wrong? It seems like the academy has gone through a lot of destruction. The man thought silently and fell into deep thought. Who would have the guts to wreak havoc in the academy? The man had left the academy for a long time. To him, the familiar academy had an additional sense of strangeness. In the corner of a small pavilion, students were gathered in 2s and 3s. This pavilion was originally a place where students would study in the morning, but now it was shamelessly occupied by a group of students. This group of people was High Firth and his underlings. High Firth originally had classes today, but he skipped them. According to him, listening to the tutor talk about those elementary things was too boring. It's so boring early in the morning. Let's think of some good ideas to play with. High Firth stretched and said weakly. High Firth was half lying on the lap of a girl. That girl had a head of red hair that was very eye-catching. Her small hands were gently massaging High Firth's shoulders. Charlotte, Firth's classmate, was also in the same batch of special enrollment students. She was now his girlfriend. A freshman rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "There's a guy in the freshman paladin class who is very arrogant. He actually calls himself boss. High Firth, boss. How about we go teach him a lesson? I don't like him for a long time." No, no, no. High Firth shook his index finger in disdain. Ever since that incident with Ron, the academy has strictly prohibited students from having direct conflict with each other, at least not before the ranking battles. If you want to solve your problems, go by yourself. I won't go. Oh. That freshman had an extremely disappointed look in his eyes. The guy he had mentioned was not easy to deal with. He had wanted to persuade High Firth to deal with him, but his strength was far from enough. At this moment, High Firth glanced at the path they came from and smiled. "It's easy for you to find a paladin. There's one over there." The new student turned around and saw the man from before. Even though he was wearing casual clothes, he was dressed like a holy knight. It was easy to recognize him. High Firth pointed with a smile. "Isn't that a paladin? Call him over." I don't know him." That freshman shook his head. "Stop talking nonsense. If I ask you to call him over, just call him over." High Firth jumped up and flicked him on the head. Yes, Boss High Firth." That freshman smiled and hurriedly stood up. He waved his hand. You, what's your name? Paladin, come over here. Me?" The scarred man in the distance frowned. In the past, those students couldn't wait to avoid him. This group of people actually dared to take the initiative to provoke him. What was going on? Interesting. They should be this year's batch of freshmen. The scar man smiled. He walked over without batting an eyelid and asked indifferently, "What's the matter?" Highfield grinned. "Nothing much. I just wanted to ask you to come over, oh?" The scar man frowned and smiled lightly. He wanted to see what this group of ruffians was up to. High Firth looked him up and down. "Looking at your appearance, your strength should be pretty good. At least the strength of an intermediate professional, right?" It was no wonder that High Firth spoke so arrogantly. He himself was at the peak of the intermediate professional and could break through at any time. Moreover, his brother had many advanced professionals under him. Even if the other party was an advanced professional, High Firth didn't put him in his eyes. "Looks like you just came back from somewhere. Hey, by the way, where did you come from?" High Firth asked with a smile. "I just came back from the Holy Roman Empire." It was a little late to report. The scarred man answered honestly. "Holy Roman Empire? That's right. I'm also from the Holy Roman Empire. Looks like you're a senior. How about this? You can follow me from now on." Ha! High Firth laughed, thinking that he was being generous. Ha ha ha. The group of freshmen looked at the scarred man as if they were watching a monkey show, their faces carrying traces of mockery. Ever since that day, Heifels was full of ambition. He formed the Black Tiger Gang and took in all the big and small forces in the academy. His strength grew. Other than Ron, who couldn't move because of Dabu's warning, and Shea and the other big shots who couldn't move, Heifels wasn't afraid of anyone. Therefore, he naturally wasn't afraid of that lone holy night. The scarred man smiled even more brilliantly, his eyes flashing with a trace of killing intent. Highfirth's eyes swept over the space bag at the scarred man's waist, and a trace of greed appeared in his eyes. You just came from the Holy Roman Empire, so you should have brought a lot of good things. How about this? You contribute the things in your space bag. In the future, if you have any problems in the academy, this young master will take care of it for you. Saying this, Highfirth reached out his hand towards the space bag at the scarred man's waist. The scarred man's eyes flashed with a trace of anger. Ouch! Before Highfirth could reach out his hand, he saw the other party grab his hand like lightning. Then a strong force came, and the bones in his hand felt as if they were about to break. Highfirth was startled. The strength coming from the other party's warm hand made him afraid. He clenched his teeth, and with a boom, a powerful flame chi burst out from his body. How dare you? Stop it. You actually dare to touch the boss. The group of freshmen couldn't hold back and shouted one after another. Some even took out their weapons on the spot. Let go. Highfirth felt that his hand was about to break. He struggled with all his might, but he couldn't escape from the other party's grasp. At this time, a trace of fear flashed in Highfirth's eyes. The other party's strength could only be described as unfathomable. The man in front of him was too frightening. What do you want? Let go of him. Highfirth's girlfriend, Charlotte, angrily said. Based on the other party's strength, she wisely chose not to make a move. The scarred man didn't release a trace of Do Chi. Just his own strength alone was enough to suppress Highfirth's Do Chi. Facing the aggressive weapons of Highfirth's lackeys, he didn't even blink his eyes and said to himself, I didn't expect that after leaving for so long, no one would recognize me when I come back. This is really ironic. Who are you? Highfirth was startled and angry. He finally understood that the other party was definitely not an ordinary person. The scarred man smiled and didn't answer Highfirth's question. Instead, he asked, You should be Heifels' younger brother, right? Or is it someone related to him? Highfirth was completely stunned. He stuttered, How did you know? I guessed. The scarred man smiled and reached out to push him, letting him go. Tap, tap, tap. Highfirth suddenly retreated a few steps and rubbed his painful wrist with lingering fear. The scarred man smiled. Tell Heifels that I will come to find him. Tell him to wash his neck and wait. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to the crowd and floated away. Those students were frightened of the scarred man's strength. They didn't even dare to take a breath, let alone rush up to challenge him. Once Highfirth got away, the villain's face was exposed. He angrily shouted, Bastard, today's matter. I won't let it go like this. Paladin, if you have the guts, leave your name. The scar man suddenly stood still and looked at those frightened freshmen. He smiled and said, My name is Mocklin. After saying that, he left without looking back. Highfirth's mouth was wide open, enough to swallow a duck's egg. Mocklin, it was actually Mocklin, the Academy's #1 Paladin Mocklin. Highfirth had never seen him in person, but his name was like thunder to his ears. He had heard this name many times from his elder brother, and from Heifel's tone, he was also quite afraid of this person. It's actually Mocklin. He's Mocklin. Those freshmen' legs were trembling. The Academy ranking tournament's #1 pornographic novel, Dorm #1, and the Academy's #1 Paladin. These two #1s created this legendary figure. Thinking back to how they had actually wanted to make a move against this person, those freshmen felt a wave of lingering fear. Highfirth finally managed to stop his wildly beating heart with great difficulty. His mouth was incomparably bitter. Quick, let's go back and tell elder brother that Ballarak's Academy's #1 Paladin Mocklin has returned. Dabbs had just returned to his own personal office and brewed a cup of fragrant coffee. This coffee was produced in a place called Blue Mountain. Due to its low production, it was much more expensive than ordinary coffee. He held the cup in his hand and took a sip, then put it down and began his work for the day. Dabbs was the vice dean, so he didn't have much work to do every day, but he dealt with major matters. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Someone's here so early? Dabbs muttered in his heart, but he said, "Come in." The door opened, and a figure that couldn't be considered tall and sturdy entered. "Why are you here so early? Have a seat. What's the matter?" Dabbs put down the quill in his hand and casually raised his head. He thought that some teacher was looking for him. Suddenly, his hand trembled, and his expression abruptly froze. This was because he saw a familiar figure. This figure had once been the Academy's pride. As the dorm number one of the ranking tournament, the strongest paladin, Dabbs naturally wouldn't find him unfamiliar. Chapter 125. The person who had come was Mocklin, who lived in the same dormitory as Shea and Kadena. He was wearing the casual clothes of a holy knight, and just by standing there casually, he already had an aura of being as immovable as a mountain. The scar from his ear to the corner of his mouth was very out of place, but it added a hint of killing intent to him. The number one paladin of the Balarax Academy, Merklin, was the number one paladin of the Balarax Academy. Compared to the ranking battles, the so-called number one paladin focused on the overall strength, not his individual combat strength. But then again, when one's strength reached the level of Merklin and Hafel's, the difference between them was extremely subtle. Search for the latest updates here. Mocklin, you're finally back. I thought you weren't coming back. Looking at Mocklin, Darbus was both surprised and delighted. He immediately walked out from behind his desk and held Mocklin's hand, reproaching him. "Where have you been all this time? You've only just returned after so long since school started." Darbus smiled as he sized him up. "Yo, your strength seems to have increased quite a bit." "Not bad, not bad. Looks like this year's Academy ranking tournament's first place will belong to none other than your dormitory." Mocklin smiled very calmly. "My dormitory was lucky enough to obtain first place last year, but it wasn't all due to my efforts. As for this year's ranking tournament, there are as many experts as there are clouds. To be honest, I don't have much confidence." Darbus was naturally incomparably cordial towards the genius of Balrog's Academy. After all, Mocklin had won back much of the Academy's reputation. He warmly invited Mocklin to sit down and personally poured a cup of water. "You've just returned, so you haven't gone through the admission procedures yet. I'll get someone to do it for you. As for the school fees, we'll follow last year's rules and waive them all, and then the Academy will give you some subsidies. Then I'll have to trouble Headmaster Darbus," Mocklin said courteously. They chatted for a while more about the Academy, and both sides had a very congenial conversation. At this moment, Mocklin changed the topic. "By the way, Dean Dabbs, did a new student come to our Academy this year? His name is Ron." "Oh," Debussy replied softly. His expression was a little strange, wondering why he was mentioned. However, he did not intend to hide it from Mocklin. After all, he would know Mocklin sooner or later when he returned to the Academy. He nodded and said, "There is such a person. What's wrong? Do you have a grudge with him?" He thought that Ron was a troublesome person. First, he had a fight with Hefels, and now he had a grudge with Mocklin. Mocklin shook his head. "No." He took a deep breath and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Dean Dabbs, I have a presumptuous request." "Speak." Dabbs chuckled. "If you have any requests, feel free to state them. For an outstanding student like you, our Academy should be more lenient with some conditions." "As long as the Academy can do it," Mocklin smiled. "That's easy. Dean Dabbs, I hope you can hand Ron over to me." "Hey, you can also say, hand him over to the Holy See." "What?" Dabbs was shocked. "Hand Ron over to the Holy See?" "Yes." Mocklin's expression became serious. He looked at Dabbs calmly. "Hand him over to the Holy See, Dean Dabbs. You can understand this as a deal. You can make any request here, as long as the Holy See has the ability to fulfill it." Mocklin was confident about this. He was very confident that he could convince Vice Dean Dabbs. Dabbs quickly recovered from his shock. He pondered for a moment and asked, "Did the Holy See ask you to come? What benefits did they give you? Let you be a lobbyist?" "No." Mocklin smiled and waved his hand. "Dean Dabbs, I don't want to hide it from you. The reason why I came back so late is because I joined the Holy See." "What?" Daba took in a deep breath. His original intention was to keep this excellent academy as a teacher. As long as he could break through to the master level, he should be able to do so. However, he didn't expect him to join the Holy Church. "Yes." Mocklin nodded calmly. He picked up his cup and took a sip of tea. Then he looked up and smiled. "Dean Dabbs, not only did I join the Holy See, but I also became the Holy Son of the Vatican. Therefore, I can now speak on behalf of the Holy See. Regarding Ron, name your price." Mocklin waited for Dabbs to name his price. In his opinion, Ron was just a student and would not be of much use to the academy. As long as he gave enough benefits, the academy had no reason to not let him go. They would even cooperate to capture Ron. Unfortunately, he miscalculated. Dabbs' face immediately sank when he heard this. "Mocklin, you joined the Holy See and became the Holy Son. This means that your future is limitless. It is not impossible for you to become the Pope one day. As your mentor, I should be happy for you. But about Ron, forgive me for not being able to agree to your request." Mocklin's eyes widened. Before this, he had thought of all kinds of possibilities and proposed all kinds of outrageous conditions, but he did not expect Dabbs to refuse. He refused without any reason and even asked him to leave. Why? Ron was just a student. Why was Ballarak shielding him? Mocklin's face was full of shock. He stood up. "Dean Dabbs, please reconsider." "There is no need to reconsider." Dabbs interrupted him and said indifferently, "This is not only my idea, but also the dean's idea. Ron is a student of our academy. No matter what mistakes he has made, I cannot hand my student over to the Holy See. Mocklin, I can tell you very clearly now that there is no room for negotiation. There is no room for negotiation at all." Dabbs took a deep breath and looked at him quietly. "Mocklin, you are the Holy Son of the Holy See and a student of the academy. There is no point in talking about this anymore. If there is nothing else, please leave." Mocklin's eyes flashed with disappointment. He moved his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, he did not say anything. At this time, he bowed slightly. "In that case, Dean Dabbs, I will take my leave first." Mocklin gently closed the door and walked down the stairs. Dabbs looked at Mocklin's back as he walked away, a thoughtful expression on his face. After a long time, he smiled bitterly. As expected, the Holy See still came. It seems that ancient necromancers are really attractive to them. Mocklin is back. This news spread like the wind throughout the academy. When Mocklin walked back to the dormitory, many people who knew him were pointing at him, and everyone's faces were filled with obscene expressions. They showed a look of respect. The strong would be respected no matter where they went. A small independent apartment was the treatment given to the most outstanding students in the academy. Heffel's dormitory had one, and Mocklin was no exception. "You're back." Mocklin pushed open the door to the dormitory, and Shea welcomed him. It seemed that she had already known about Mocklin's return. However, Shea felt very strange. Mocklin had been away for so long, but she did not feel much. Even her longing for him had lessened. She used to love Mocklin very much, and it could be said that she loved him to the core. She had confessed many times to him, but Mocklin was unmoved. The one he loved was Kadena. "It's you, Shea. It's been a long time." Mocklin smiled as a greeting. The scar on his face wriggled like an earthworm, and his smile was incomparably ferocious. "Where's Kadena?" Hearing him ask about Kadena, Shea frowned slightly, and the corner of her mouth twitched. "You only care about Kadena. You've forgotten about me." "How could that be?" Mocklin smiled gently. "During this period of time, I often miss you." "Liar." Shea blushed. Although she knew that Mocklin was lying, she still felt a trace of joy in her heart. "Kadena just went out for a while. She should be back soon." "Oh." Mocklin nodded, and a trace of passion appeared in his eyes. This scene was caught by Shea, and she felt ashamed and disappointed. "He still doesn't have me in his heart. Why should I keep waiting?" Shea thought in her heart. She was shocked by her own thoughts, and a person's appearance suddenly appeared in her mind. A figure that wasn't too tall, and even seemed a little thin, holding a short bone staff in his hand. That childish face revealed a trace of stubbornness. Why would I think of him? Shea's face blushed to the tips of her ears, and her heart was thumping nonstop. Mocklin didn't see Shea's expression and said casually, "Not bad, Shea. Your strength has risen again. It seems that we should be able to maintain the first place in this year's ranking tournament." Shea didn't reply and silently walked away. Mocklin shrugged and didn't comment. He walked to the window and looked at the beautiful little garden below the apartment, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. "Ron, the purpose of my return this time is to bring you back to the Holy Seas Mount Hygel to receive your trial. If it doesn't work, I'll kill you on the spot. No matter what, on the land of the Noah continent, an ancient necromancer must not appear. The ranking tournament will be the day of your death." A trace of a sinister smile appeared on Mocklin's face. After a busy day, the sky finally darkened. The students who had finished dinner returned to the dormitory in twos and threes, and they were free to do whatever they wanted. Some diligently read books and cultivated, while the lazy ones played cards, gambled, and played. There were even some who went to bed early. Dormitory 302 was brightly lit. Ron, Aurora, Manny, Gideon, Rum, Lantry, Karachi, and the others were gathered in the hall, discussing something. The Academy ranking tournament would be held in about 10 days, and the entire dormitory was shrouded in a battle-ready atmosphere. At this moment, Fatty Gideon stood up excitedly, and with a flick of his fat hand, something was thrown onto the table, making a crisp sound. Fatty gritted his teeth and said, "This is all I have, 50,000 gold coins. It's all here, and I'm donating it." Chapter 126. Aurora, Manny, and the rest looked at each other in surprise. How did the stingy Fatty suddenly become so generous? "Is this all you have? Who are you trying to fool?" Aurora didn't buy it at all. She definitely didn't believe that this was all of the Fatty's money. Even if the Fatty squandered money like dirt every day, he wouldn't be able to spend it all in 10 lifetimes. Every time he said he didn't have any money, but when he really needed money, he would always be able to take it out. Aurora understood that the Fatty wasn't poor, he was just famous for being stingy. The Fatty was ranked 7th in the family, with 6 sisters above him. He was the only successor of the family. How could the Fatty not have money? Aurora didn't believe it at all. Ron's eyes fell on the table. He realized that the Fatty didn't throw out a gold coin, but a card. The card was about the size of a palm, green and transparent, with tiny patterns on it. This is 50,000 gold coins? Ron couldn't help but ask. It was the first time he saw this thing. Once he said this, everyone's gaze swept over. They looked at Ron as if they were looking at a country bumpkin. The Fatty exclaimed exaggeratedly, "No way. Ron, is this the first time you've seen this thing?" Ron nodded honestly. "Is this thing a gold coin? Or should I say, this card-like thing can be exchanged for 50,000 gold coins." Heavens! The Fatty slapped his head and said bitterly, "I really don't know where you came from. You actually haven't even seen the symbol of status in the Noah continent, the crystal card. I really haven't seen it before." Ron couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed as he muttered softly. Aurora coughed. "Fatty, since Ron hasn't seen it before, why don't you explain it to him?" Fatty had no choice but to explain the origin of the crystal card to Ron. The crystal card was a tool used in the Noah continent to pay large sums of money. Crystals were refined from rare stones and could not be imitated or faked. One only needed to input a little bit of power to check the balance of the crystal card. During a transaction, one only needed to swipe the crystal card slightly, and the gold coins would be transferred to the other party's crystal card. It was very convenient and practical. However, not everyone could apply for a crystal card. Only nobles and rich people could have one. The crystal card in Fatty's hand was of the bronze rank, which was also the easiest to obtain. The card's maximum limit was 100,000 gold coins. The next level was the silver rank, with a maximum limit of 1 million gold coins. Above that was the gold rank, with a limit of 10 million gold coins. At the very top was the diamond rank, with a limit of 100 million gold coins. Fatty spoke for a long time before Ron finally understood. Realization dawned on him, and he asked, "Second, fifth brother, how are you going to use the money? Are you stupid?" Fatty didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Of course it's for the brothers to buy and upgrade equipment. If everyone has good weapons, won't their combat power increase? When Lantry, Karachi, and the others heard this, their eyes lit up. They were surprised and happy. "Second, fifth brother, are you really willing to spend money to upgrade our equipment?" "Of course." Fatty patted his chest loudly. "Anyway, I'm going all out. Didn't I tell you? We must get good results. What if we don't get good results?" After a long time, Lonsim finally said. Fatty spread out his hands. "Then forget it. If we can't get good results even if we try our best, it means that we're too weak. We'll continue to be the last. It's not like we haven't been the last before. But then I won't have any money. I can only freeload from you guys in the future." Fatty showed his rascally side again. Aurora rolled her eyes at him. Fatty was loyal and stingy at the same time. She really didn't know how his two personalities were formed. Manny smiled and said, "That's great. Second, fifth brother, you can lose some weight." Everyone in the dormitory laughed. Manny stopped laughing and asked, "Second, fifth brother, how do you plan to use the 50,000 gold coins?" Fatty shook his head and looked at Ron and Aurora. "I really don't know. Let's listen to everyone's opinions. How about we split it evenly?" Aurora reached out and squeezed Fatty's crystal card in her hand. She pondered for a moment and asked, "In terms of equipment, what do you need to buy?" Manny raised her hand high and said loudly, "I want to upgrade my one-handed sword. It has to be upgraded to at least the gold level." Manny's sword was still at the sea blue level. Lonesome thought for a moment and raised his hand hesitantly. "I want to buy a necklace that can calm the mind. I hope my healing skills can be more normal." Karachi said timidly, I want to buy a better magic staff. I don't know if it's possible." Lantry also said, "I want to buy a mount. But after thinking about it, I don't have much money. If it's possible, let's buy a better plate armor." Hearing everyone's requests, Aurora felt a headache coming on. The equipment that they were talking about, as long as it was of a higher level, would cost an exorbitant amount. Fatty's 50,000 gold coins wouldn't be enough at all. "Wait." One by one, Aurora waved her hand vigorously, then turned to Fatty and said, "This money is yours. You go first. What do you want to buy?" Fatty chuckled and took out two short sky blue level daggers. He clapped them together and said, "I'll just use these. I won't be of much use in the competition anyway." Aurora nodded and turned to look at Ron. Ron scratched his head and said, thinking that he didn't need the money anyway. He said, "I don't think I'll need it either. You can give it to them. How about that?" Aurora said with some dissatisfaction, "You're the main force this time. Your performance will affect our team's performance. Let's not talk about other things, but you should at least get a better weapon. I remember that your bone staff is of the sky blue level." "Yeah, Ron, we're counting on you this time. You're the main force. How can you do it if your weapon isn't good enough?" The others agreed. The strength of Dorm 302 was different now. There was no doubt that Ron was the first. In the eyes of others, it was only right that he took more. Moreover, he could only play a greater role in the actual battle if he was stronger. Ron didn't want this benefit, but the others disagreed. Aurora thought for a moment. "How about this? Let's not talk about buying anything. Let's just divide the money. Everyone will get a certain amount, and then go buy what you need." The others thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Aurora smiled. "If no one has any objections, then so be it. Ron is the strongest, so let's split 20,000 gold coins. Manny and I will get 10,000 each. Rum will get 5,000, and the remaining 5,000 will be split between Lantry and Karachi and his sister." Everyone thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Aurora's division was fair and reasonable. The competition basically depended on Ron, Aurora, and Manny. Among them, Ron was the strongest. Although Rum's healing skills weren't normal, the priests still had to be taken care of. As for Lantry and Karachi, their expressions were a little sad, but they could only accept it. It was their fault that they weren't strong enough. Ron looked at them with pity. 2,500 gold coins wasn't enough to buy anything, but in this world where strength was everything, there was nothing he could do. Right. Are there any changes to the rules of this ranking competition? Manny asked. Aurora shook her head. There are no changes, but the rules are still the same. What rules? Ron asked. He still didn't know the rules of the ranking competition. Let's take a look at this. Aurora took out a poster from her portal bag and spread it out on the table. Everyone gathered their heads together, and Ron's eyes also fell on the poster, only to see the words written on it. The Ballarat Academy's 22nd Roland Cup ranking competition. Below was the date of the competition, signed by Principal Platts. According to the arrangement of the ranking competition, more than 4,000 people from the Ballarat Academy's 500 dormitories would form teams to participate in the competition. The competition would be divided into 4 regions, with each region having an average of more than 100 teams. The first round would be the preliminaries, and the second round would be a one-off elimination system. The losers would be eliminated, and they wouldn't be able to participate in the next round. At the end of the preliminaries, 16 teams from each division would advance, and the 64 teams from the 4 divisions would draw lots for one-on-one matches. The winners would advance, while the losers would be eliminated. The 32 teams would enter the finals, and then the remaining 16 teams would enter the quarterfinals. The remaining 8 teams would enter the quarterfinals, and after the quarterfinals, they would enter the semifinals to determine the final 4 teams. Among the 4 teams, the 2 winning teams would compete for the championship and the runner-up of the Roland Cup, while the 2 losing teams would compete for the 3rd place. Ron sat on the sofa, resting his chin on his hand. If that's the case, you can't lose to become the champion. Losing once is not enough. That's true. Aurora nodded. At this time, she bitterly smiled and said, but for a team like ours, we can forget about becoming the champion. Our original goal was to rank within the top 100. Ron said, that means we have to at least rank 64. 64? We only need to rank 64 to qualify. Aurora clenched her fists. Dormitory 302 was congenitally deficient. The other dormitories had full combat teams, but they only had 7 people. 3 of them were noobs who couldn't be of any use, and the only cleric had a nervous disorder. Her healing spells were sometimes ineffective, and the only ones who could really fight were Aurora, Ron, and Manny. This was an impossible task for them. Fatty smiled. Isn't Ron able to fight against 100 people? If that's the case, won't it be easy for us to win the championship? That's impossible. Ron shook his head and said, that day, I was dealing with a motley crew. They had all kinds of strengths, and it was impossible for them to form an effective cooperation. But it's different if we meet a team of experts who have a tacit understanding. Besides, there's no lack of experts in the other dormitories. If we meet someone like Heefels, it's already not bad if I can hold him off one-on-one. Chapter 127. Ron sat cross-legged on a large blue stone at the back of the necromancy classroom. He focused his mind and entered a state of cultivation. Under the scorching sun, the earth seemed to be roasted. However, Ron's body was surrounded by an aura. It was a cool and refreshing world that was incompatible with the current weather. After a long time, Ron finally opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of turbid air. The black soul energy that surrounded his body had already completely disappeared. Search for the latest updates here. Slowly putting down the pornographic novel, Ron sighed. I can't actually enter that dreamscape. Whoosh! Homelin's shadow appeared beside Ron and asked, how is it? Can you enter that dreamscape? Ron shook his head. He couldn't enter that mysterious dreamscape no matter what. Ever since he entered that dreamscape that day, Ron discovered that his soul energy had greatly increased. Homelin also sensitively discovered this shortcut and encouraged him to find a way to enter that dreamscape. Unfortunately, fate seemed to be playing a joke on Ron. When he deliberately pursued it, he couldn't enter it. Homelin sighed in his heart. Ever since Ron entered that dreamscape last time, he had directly soared from the 5th level to the 7th level. According to Homelin's estimation, if he had a few more dreamscapes like this, it wouldn't be a big problem for him to enter the master level in advance. He wouldn't even need 2 years. Perhaps 1 year would be enough. Hamelin took a deep breath. Forget it. Some things can only be encountered, but not sought. Let nature take its course. When Ron returned to room 302, he discovered that everyone was there. However, what made him feel strange was that they were all fuming and had an unhappy look on their faces. Fatty stood up angrily. That group of bastards is looking down on us. Damn it, I'll call someone to deal with them right now. Aurora's face was ashen. Fatty, sit down. Fighting won't solve the problem. Fatty sat down angrily. Ron was surprised. What's wrong? What happened this time? Ron's first reaction was that someone was being bullied again. No. Aurora waved her hand, looking at Ron with her beautiful eyes. This morning, I went to look for a famous enchanter in the academy to enchant Manny's one-handed sword. I even prepared the exotic beast essence core. Who would have thought that the enchanter would actually side with Hefels? Not only did he refuse to help when we went to him for the enchantment, he even ridiculed us. Don't you think this is infuriating? Yes. Man and I also said angrily. My relationship with him is still considered good. I didn't expect him to become like this after relying on someone else. Karachi leaned over obediently and squeezed Manny's shoulder. Forget it, Sister Manny. It's not worth getting angry over such a person. At this time, Lantry asked worriedly, what should we do now? Manny sighed. What else can we do? Let's go find an enchanter outside, but those enchanters are very expensive, and their skills aren't all that great. There are many who just make up the numbers. Although that guy is a little conceited, he comes from a family of enchanters. His father, grandfather, and a few others are all famous enchanters. His enchanting skills are really not bad. Ron understood. It turned out that Aurora and the others had gone to look for their seniors to enchant Manny's sword early in the morning. Who would have thought that Hefels would pull that guy under his wing first? Not only did they fail to enchant the sword, they were also ridiculed. Fatty said indignantly, why don't we do it ourselves? It's better than letting others take advantage of us. We don't even have to spend money. Manny rolled her eyes at Fatty. You make it sound so easy. Do it ourselves? Even if I gave you 30 beast essence cores, you might not be able to enchant it successfully. In order to upgrade her aquamarine grade weapon to gold grade, Manny could be said to have put in a lot of effort. She persuaded Aurora to lend her 10,000 gold coins and bought a total of 20 level 4 beast cores. Each core cost 1,000 gold coins, and she swore that she would successfully enchant them. Unfortunately, all her hopes were dashed by high fells. Forget it. Aurora stood up and said, let's go find an enchanter outside the academy to help. I know a weapon shop that has pretty good enchanters. All right. Manny nodded in agreement. Everyone stood up and was about to leave when a timid voice came from the corner. Ugh. Why don't I give it a try? What? Everyone turned around in shock and looked at Ron, who was speaking. Ron mustered up his courage. I said, instead of spending a lot of money to hire an enchanter outside, why don't you let me give it a try? Manny was surprised and delighted. Ron, you're saying, you know how to enchant? Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. Ron hesitated for a moment, then nodded. I know a little, but as for the technique, I don't know. That's great. Manny cheered and jumped over, kissing Ron hard on the cheek. Then I'll leave my one-handed sword to you. Ron's face flushed red from Manny's open-mindedness. He stood there, not knowing what to do, and stammered, I don't know if it'll work. Manny smiled. In any case, I trust you. Ron raised his head in shock, looking at everyone's expressions of deep agreement. It turned out that he had unknowingly won the trust of his roommates, and this trust had become deeply rooted. Even if he had never enchanted anything before, the words he said could create an unshakable trust in others. Ron nodded heavily. Leave it to me. I'll do my best. Seeing Manny kiss Ron, Aurora was a little jealous. She glared fiercely at Manny, who stuck out her tongue playfully, knowing that Aurora was jealous. Aurora said, Ron, since everyone trusts you so much, you should give it a try. She handed the space bag to Ron as she spoke. There are 20 exotic beast essence cores we just bought inside. This is all the money Manny and I have budgeted. You must succeed. All right. Ron nodded and reached out to take it, feeling the heavy responsibility. He thought for a moment, then suddenly said, however, I think I still need some exotic beast essence blood. The higher the grade, the better. Exotic beast essence blood? Aurora was confused. What do you need exotic beast essence blood for? You're not a pharmacist. She thought for a moment, then said, compared to exotic beast essence cores, exotic beast essence blood isn't very expensive, but Manny's budget has already been used up. Before Aurora could finish, Manny interrupted, Ron, go ahead and do it. I'll pay for the exotic beast essence blood myself. Ron returned to his room and closed the door. In order to prevent anyone from disturbing him during the enchantment process, he isolated everyone outside. It had to be known that the enchantment of a weapon was a very taxing task. Not even the slightest mistake was allowed. Ron was sitting on a chair. In front of him were 30 bottles of blood essence from level 6 exotic beasts, 20 level 4 exotic beast cores, a large pile of materials, and a shining one-handed sword. The blade of the sword was glowing, emitting an azure light. Homeland's figure darted out of the ring, looking at Ron and asking in surprise, Ron, are you going to enchant it? Ron nodded, yes, Grandpa Homeland. I'm preparing to upgrade Manny's sword. Homeland smiled, not bad. A good enchantment master is the guarantee of a team's victory. Ron, do your best. Ron gently stroked Manny's aquamarine fury, one-handed sword, and nodded heavily. I will definitely succeed. First, I have to make an enchantment card. Ron thought to himself. The 30 bottles of exotic beast essence blood Manny had brought were worth 2,400 gold coins. She had already used up all her money. He used a quill pen to continuously write and draw on a 1-inch square card, and not long after, an enchanted card was successfully made. The enchantment card creation went smoothly. Ron made 3 cards in one go without any mistakes. Looking at the tightly shut door, Karachi asked a little nervously, Aurora, do you think Ron will succeed in the enchantment? Aurora revealed a thoughtful expression. He should be able to. That fellow never does anything he's not confident in. Moreover, he has never disappointed us before. Manny smiled. I don't know why, but I have so much confidence in him. I feel that even the enchantment master in that academy didn't give me that much confidence. It's done. Ron held the 3 enchantment cards in his hands, extremely excited. His eyes fell on the aquamarine fury one-handed sword, and he took a deep breath. Now I'll start the enchantment. Holding the aquamarine fury, one-handed sword in one hand and the exotic beast essence core in the other, Ron slowly entered the zone. The enchantment process had to be done with extreme caution. Not a single mistake could be made. Traces of power were drawn out by Ron from the essence core. Like gas, they were absorbed onto the surface of the weapon, covering the entire one-handed sword in a layer of color. This was how the word attach came about. Ron slowly waved his arm. The gas became thicker and thicker, and more power was absorbed. Finally, the white light circulating on the aquamarine fury sword began to change color. It went from light to dark, and the color became golden. At this moment, the aquamarine fury one-handed sword began to emit a dazzling golden light. The golden light illuminated the entire room, and the energy of the exotic beast essence core in Ron's other hand had been completely sucked out. The entire essence core turned into vegetarian powder and disappeared, falling to the ground like sand. Ron's forehead was sweating. The aquamarine fury, one-handed sword in his hand, gently floated up. The enchantment was also at its final stage. It's time to add the enchantment card. Ron's mind moved. His other hand quickly grabbed the enchantment card. Under the control of his power, the entire card turned into a ball of fire and scattered towards the aquamarine fury one-handed sword. As if a chemical reaction had occurred, the light on the weapon suddenly became brighter. The golden light almost made Ron unable to open his eyes, and the whole room seemed to be covered in a layer of gold. Finally, the chaotic energy stopped, and the flowing golden light calmed down. It's done. Ron was overjoyed. He saw the one-handed sword slowly absorbing the golden energy, and it gradually became restrained. Aquamarine, Fury, one-handed sword. Success. The aquamarine weapon was upgraded to gold rank. He actually succeeded in one try, and only used one exotic beast essence core. Ron's heart almost jumped out of his chest. The ecstasy he felt was indescribable. Grandpa Homelin, I did it. Chapter 128. In the hall of room 302, everyone was waiting anxiously. Ron had been in there for more than an hour, but he still hadn't come out. Everyone's hopeful expressions gradually turned to disappointment. Aurora sighed. Looks like it's most likely a failure. How could enchantment take so long? Just then, Ron's door opened with a creak. How was it? Did it work? Aurora and the others rushed over with questioning expressions. Manny didn't go over. She sat where she was, but her eyes were filled with hope. Ron's face was tense at first, making everyone's hearts jump to their throats. Suddenly, he laughed. It worked. What? It actually worked? Everyone's eyes suddenly widened. The entire room 302 became silent, and even the sound of breathing became heavy. Ron smiled as he walked over. He took out the shining Golden Fury one-handed sword from his portal bag and handed it to Manny with both hands. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. When Manny received the shining Golden Fury one-handed sword in a daze, she still hadn't come back to her senses. Congratulations, Manny. Aurora smiled as she gave her blessings. Haha, not bad, Manny. You can finally use gold-grade equipment, Fatty said with a smile. Although this matter had nothing to do with him, he was still sincerely happy for Manny. Suddenly, Manny covered her face. Tears flowed through the gaps between her fingers. Ron was dumbfounded. He looked at Aurora strangely and thought to himself, shouldn't the enchantment be a happy thing if it was successful? Why was Manny crying instead? Only Aurora understood that Manny had been waiting for this day for too long. She had put in a lot of effort for this day. Manny was born into an ordinary family. She had become a mid-grade swordsman through her own efforts and talent. On one hand, she had to pay school fees to upgrade her weapon and buy equipment and potions. On the other hand, she had to earn money to support her family. When others showed off gold or even dark gold weapons in front of her, she was envious and jealous. However, they were all nobles. No matter how bad their family situation was, they were still quite good. For an ordinary family like Manny to be able to use a sky blue weapon was already good enough. However, Manny wasn't convinced. She used her holidays to join a mercenary group and hunt exotic beasts, all for the sake of turning her weapon into a gold-quality weapon. However, in the process of hunting exotic beasts, she needed money to buy equipment, medicine, and so on. In the end, she could only scrimp and save, saving coin by coin. However, she was still far from her dream of having a gold-quality weapon. There were many rich people in Balrafax Academy, but there were even more people from ordinary families. They couldn't even afford a sky blue weapon, let alone a gold one. For Manny to be able to upgrade her weapon to sky blue was already very impressive. However, on this day, her dream had finally come true. How could Manny not be excited? Aurora patted Manny's back and comforted her softly. At the same time, she glanced at Ron and said apologetically, "Sorry, Manny is too excited." She sighed softly. Manny has been waiting for this day for too long. I remember that the first time she failed to level up, she didn't have a single gold coin on her. I even had to pay for her meals. Then, last year, she finally managed to save some money with great difficulty. Unfortunately, she failed again, and once again, she had nothing. After that, she was tricked again. Someone tricked her into giving her a gold weapon, but Aurora pursed her lips and didn't want to continue. Fatty and Lantry sighed softly, their gazes filled with sympathy. Ron was a little confused. If that's the case, the money Manny spent on upgrading her weapon is already more than buying a gold weapon. Why didn't she just buy it? That's easy for you to say. Aurora rolled her eyes at him. Anyone can give advice in hindsight, but who would have thought that the enchantment would fail? If it had succeeded, wouldn't she have saved a lot of money? Karachi chimed in. Besides, a gold weapon isn't cheap. If everyone could afford it, who would spend money to upgrade it? Rum didn't say anything. His family was much better off than Manny's, so he wouldn't encounter this problem. Thank you, Ron. Manny stood up and thanked Ron sincerely. It's nothing. Ron smiled. We're all friends. Why are you being so polite? Aurora asked. Right, you used quite a lot of exotic beast essence cores for the enchantment this time, right? There are still a few left. See if you can help others upgrade their weapons. A few? Ron smiled. Aurora was a little anxious now. She stomped her feet and said, Where are the 20 exotic beast essence cores? You didn't use them all, did you? There should be at least 2 or 3, right? AI, since you've used them all, so be it. Aurora wanted to blame Ron, but when she saw Manny's pitiful gaze, her heart softened. 1. Ron smiled and stretched out his finger. I only used 1, and it succeeded on the first try. What? No one dared to believe their own ears. Upgrading a navy blue weapon to gold tier only required a single exotic beast essence core? Even an enchantment master couldn't do it so easily, right? When Ron placed the remaining 19 exotic beast essence cores in front of them, they were truly convinced. They even looked at Ron with reverence in their eyes. Fatty patted Ron's shoulder heavily. Ron grimaced in pain. Damn, you're good. I really couldn't tell that you had the talent to become an enchantment master. No, even an enchantment master might not be as good as you. Lantry was happy as well. I didn't expect an enchantment master to appear in our dorm. This is great. We don't have to beg others to upgrade our weapons anymore. Aurora asked, How did you do it? Ron smiled and took out something from his spatial bag, waving it in front of everyone. What? Aurora exclaimed. An enchantment card? You actually have an enchantment card? This thing isn't cheap. Yeah. Fatty said, this enchantment card can increase the success rate. It said that it can turn someone who doesn't know how to enchant into a real enchantment master. Although it's a little exaggerated, it's also true that this thing is called an enchantment master's treasure. Ron was shocked. Are you kidding me? Is this thing very expensive? Of course. Fatty nodded heavily. An enchantment card is worth at least 10,000 gold coins, and it might not even be available. If it's auctioned, the price will be even higher. 10,000? Ron was completely dumbfounded. The exotic beast essence blood he bought with a few hundred gold coins was only worth 10,000? This was daylight robbery. Then, don't those enchantment masters use enchantment cards to enchant? Ron asked, stuttering. He originally thought that the enchantment card was something very ordinary, but now he realized that wasn't the case at all. Enchantment with enchantment cards? Fatty's eyes widened. Heavens, is there such a luxurious enchantment master in this world? You're the only one I've seen so far. This thing is used when making high-grade weapons. Ron, it's too wasteful for you to use it on low-grade weapons like mine. Manny said bitterly. Yeah, Aurora said. Most enchantment masters directly enchant. Unless it's for dark gold or high-grade weapons, no one would use this. The value of an enchantment card is far higher than an exotic beast essence core. Yeah, it's such a pity. Ron smiled. There's nothing to pity as long as everyone is happy. Manny looked at Ron with gratitude. Aurora thought for a moment, then said happily, Ron, since you know how to enchant, why don't you help us upgrade all our weapons? It'll be at least gold grade. Sure. Ron smiled and nodded. He turned to Manny and blinked, saying, But before that, I plan to upgrade Manny's sword to dark gold grade. Dark gold grade? Manny was surprised and happy. Her voice started to tremble. A dark gold grade weapon had always been her dream, but when it really came to her, it seemed so real. If you can really give me a dark gold grade weapon, I'll do anything you want. Manny's eyes glistened with tears. Aurora tugged at her and said reproachfully, Are you having fever? What nonsense are you talking about? Everyone laughed loudly, and Ron felt extremely awkward. That's it. Go buy some exotic beast essence blood. I still have use for it. Ron said, smiling. With his first experience, Ron was much more proficient in controlling the energy within the exotic beast essence cores. Soon, after failing twice, he successfully upgraded Manny's sword to dark gold grade. Dark Gold Fury Single-Handed Sword. Ron looked at his masterpiece and couldn't help but laugh. It was his first time creating a dark gold grade weapon, and he felt a great sense of accomplishment. At this moment, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Being an enchanter was still the best. A dark gold grade weapon was at least a pornographic novel. It was sold for 20 to 30,000 gold, but the cost was only a few thousand gold. Although he had the help of the enchanter card, other enchanters would make at least half of the profit without the card. And this was only the lowest grade weapon. If it was a high grade weapon, the risk would be even higher, and the price would definitely skyrocket. Looking at the remaining dozen or so exotic beast essence cores, Ron chuckled mischievously. If he replaced everyone's weapons with dark gold weapons, the students would be so shocked that their eyeballs would fall out of their sockets. Ron couldn't help but fantasize in his heart. In just a few days, Ron had completed everyone's dark gold grade weapons. Among them, Lantry and Karachi's weapons were redesigned by Ron. When Karachi and Lantry received their dark gold grade weapons, they were pleasantly surprised. They never dreamed that they could own a dark gold grade weapon. With their strength and ability, they probably couldn't afford one in their lifetime. Bang, bang, bang. Several signal flares flew into the sky, and beautiful fireworks bloomed. The entire Balarax Academy was like a festival, a scene of joy. The 22nd Roland Cup ranking tournament had begun. Ron, it's time to gather. Are you ready? Ron turned his head and saw Aurora, who was dressed in light armor and full military uniform, standing in front of him. Chapter 129. The entire Roland Cup was divided into 4 regions, and Ron's room 302 was assigned to the 4th region. When Ron and Aurora arrived at the arena, they realized that Fatty and his group had already arrived. The large square was filled with people who were either participating in the competition or waiting for the competition. Most of them were asking for information, and they still didn't know who their opponents were. Hey, you guys are here, over here. Fatty waved and shouted. Ron smiled and walked over. Hey, 2nd, 5th brother, you're early. Of course, we're not the main force. We're just here to ask for information. This is the only thing I can do. Fatty smiled. Aurora smiled. How is it? Did you find out anything? Fatty nodded. I found out a bit. We're in the 4th region. Everyone knows this. Heefels's team is in the 1st cold region, and Mocklin's team is in the 3rd region. At least we won't have a chance to meet them before we qualify. That's better. Aurora sighed in relief. Ron smiled. Only 16 teams qualify in each region. We don't have to fight for first place, we just have to qualify. Everyone laughed. Aurora thought for a moment. Oh, right. Did the Academy say if there's any reward for winning the Roland Cup? Of course there is. How could there not be? Fatty smiled and said, the Academy is really generous this time. Every team that qualifies will be rewarded with 10,000 gold coins. 10,000 gold coins for qualifying? Aurora covered her mouth exaggeratedly. There are a total of 64 teams in the 4 regions. Wouldn't that be 640,000? There was no reward for qualifying in the past. Manny smiled. So what if it's 640,000? The Academy has the Roland Empire's special funding. A few million gold coins isn't a problem. The next part is amazing. Above that, the teams that enter the 32nd place will have to pay 20,000 gold coins per team. The teams that enter the 16th place will have to pay 40,000 gold coins per team. The top 8 teams will have to pay 80,000 gold coins per team. The top 4 teams will have to pay 160,000 gold coins. As for the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place teams, this is quite abnormal. Fatty purposely kept everyone in suspense. When he saw that everyone was listening attentively, he said proudly, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place. Each team will receive 320,000 gold coins and a dark gold weapon. The champion's weapon is of high quality, the runner-up's weapon is of medium quality, and the 3rd place's weapon is of low quality. Note that everyone gets one. Everyone took one. Everyone took a deep breath. What was a big deal? This was a real big deal. It seemed that the Academy had indeed spent a lot to prepare this Roland Cup. Aurora sighed. The prizes are indeed much more generous than before, but the competition is even more intense. This is not a good thing. Don't worry. Manny, on the other hand, was brimming with confidence. With our full set of dark gold weapons, it shouldn't be difficult for us to qualify. Let's hope so. Aurora was deeply worried. She was far from being as optimistic as Manny. As the few of them chatted, Fatty would joke from time to time, making the whole atmosphere cheerful. The nervousness before the competition had also been diluted by quite a bit. Suddenly, Ron's heart felt a sense of danger. People who cultivated soul force were born with extremely sensitive antennae. He felt that he had been locked onto by a trace of faintly discernible killing intent. He turned his head and saw that the dense crowd consciously opened up a path. A team appeared from the crowd, emitting the domineering aura of an emperor, making people not dare to look up. Ron frowned. In that team, he saw two familiar people. One was Shea, and the other was Kadena. The leader was a man with a scar on his face. The trace of killing intent came from him. Who is he? Do I know him? Ron carefully looked at the scarred man. He confirmed that he really did not know this person. When the scar man saw Ron, he arrogantly smiled and walked forward. The scar man hadn't even gotten close when Aurora shouted loudly, "Mocklin, what do you want?" At the same time, she also called out his name. Ron was startled. So he was Balrog's Academy's #1 paladin, Mocklin. Only, he didn't know why he had such an inexplicable killing intent toward him. Could it be that he was mistaken? He couldn't help but suspect. Mocklin ignored Aurora. With a smile, the scar on his face wriggled like a snake, looking extremely sinister and terrifying. "You are on?" "Yes." Ron took a deep breath and calmly looked him in the eye. Mocklin smiled faintly. Suddenly, his eyes flashed with killing intent. An extremely powerful aura rushed over, and the surrounding space also became extremely oppressive. Those who were weaker actually felt their legs tremble under Mocklin's powerful pressure. Kadena and Shea looked at each other, feeling strange. This should be the first time Mocklin saw Ron. Why did he show such strong hostility? Moreover, although Mocklin was strong, he was a pornographic novel. Although he was big, he kept a very low profile and did not bully the weak. Dean Dabbs. At this time, Shea saw Dean Dabbs slowly walking over and hurriedly greeted him. "You are all here." Dabbs smiled and inadvertently glanced at Mocklin. Mocklin frowned and immediately withdrew his aura. He respectfully said, "Dean Dabbs." Dabbs was still smiling. "Mocklin, what are you doing?" "Nothing." Mocklin smiled faintly. "I am just greeting my future opponent." Hearing his words, the people around him didn't think much of it. His words sounded nice, and it was just a greeting. What was that monstrous murderous aura just now? Dabbs replied with an "oh," and looked at Mocklin meaningfully. Mocklin smiled and bowed slightly. "Dean Dabbs, I still have something to do. I will take my leave first." "Okay." Dabbs smiled and nodded. Mocklin turned to Ron and said with a smile, "Although I am in the third group, I am looking forward to meeting you in the finals. I hope you will not disappoint me. It is not good to be eliminated early." "I will," Ron said calmly. Although he did not know the purpose of this person's visit, he would not back down in the face of challenge. When Mocklin left, Dabbs looked at his back and gently touched his white beard. "The Holy Son of the Holy Sea. How impressive." "Dean Dabbs, what are you talking about?" Ron saw him muttering to himself and asked. "Nothing." Dabbs smiled. "Ron, this is your first time participating in the ranking tournament. Although you are very strong, the ranking tournament is about the coordination of the overall strength. You have to be careful." "I will." Ron nodded. Dabbs smiled and turned to leave. Shea and the others also bid farewell to Ron and left. When Dabbs was far away, Fatty gave a thumbs up and said, "Ron, you are too awesome. You actually dare to speak to Mocklin like that. In the entire academy, I am afraid you are the only one who dares to be so arrogant in front of him." "Arrogant?" Ron took a deep breath, shook his head and sighed. "He is the academy's #1 paladin, Mocklin. He is indeed very strong. I am afraid that even I may not be his opponent." At this moment, Aurora came over and said, This is strange. Ron, did you know him before? Why does he look like he can't wait to kill you? Ron shook his head. I don't know him. This is also the first time we met. I also don't know why he hates me so much. I don't know why, but I feel a familiar smell from him. At this moment, Homelin's shadow appeared beside Ron. Ron was a little surprised. What is it? The Holy Sea, Homelin said with certainty. Although I have no evidence, I believe that my feeling will not be wrong. Mocklin, has Ron ever offended you? Why do you look like you want to kill him? Shea could not help but ask when they arrived at the first area and found a seat to sit down. Her tone was a little dissatisfied. Mocklin smiled. Is that so? Did I? Is it your illusion? Was it an illusion? Shea did not believe it. From the moment Mocklin looked at Ron, she knew that it was not an illusion. Ifit said, Mocklin, why are you becoming more and more useless? That freshman is still a child. You actually bullied a child? Do you have any shame? Mocklin ignored Ifit and said to Shea with a smile, Shea, why do I feel that you seem to care about him? Does this have anything to do with you? When did I? Shea blushed and said, No. Mocklin sneered. I heard that he-fools wanted to find trouble with him, and you brought a group of people to support him. Is that true? Ifit became nervous. Shea, is that true? So what if it is? Shea was also angered by Mocklin's stubbornness and said loudly, This is my business. It's none of your business. Mocklin smiled. I have no interest in your business, but I will not let this Ron go. Shea sighed. Do as you wish. But I have to remind you that this Ron is not an ordinary necromancer. He is extremely powerful. Mocklin smiled and did not speak. He naturally knew how powerful the ancient necromancers were, but Mocklin was very confident in his own strength. This was his first mission as the son of the Holy Sea. He could not afford to fail. The two parted on bad terms. Shea left with Kadena. Ifit wanted to chase after them, but Shea glared at him and he shrank back. The qualifiers were held in several large dueling arenas. When Ron and the others arrived, the stands were already full of people. Most of them were students of the Balarax Academy, but there were also some from other academies, such as the Soaring Dragon Academy and residents of the Balarax City. The Balarax Academy was open to the public during the Roland Cup ranking tournament. In the 4th division, the match on the field had already begun. Ron saw a total of 16 people on both sides engaged in a fierce battle in the large duel arena. Magic was flying everywhere, and combat energy was everywhere. One side used the paladin as a shield and steadily advanced, while the other side had the priest at the back. Holy white light, which symbolized healing, lit up from time to time. The battle was in a stalemate. Ron exclaimed, Their coordination is amazing. Fatty smiled. This is nothing. They're even better. Teamwork and tacit understanding are very important in a team battle. Chapter 130. In the stands of the first group, Kadena and Shea are sitting in the middle of the crowd, attracting many people's attention. The two's beauty is a beautiful scenery wherever they go, especially Kadena, who is known as the #1 beauty in the school. These people are so annoying. Kadena looks at those lecherous people and can't help but get angry. She wants to grab those people and beat them up. Forget it. Who asked you to look so attractive? Shea says with a smile. Kadena is speechless. Suddenly, she blinks her eyes, looks at Shea and asks, Sister Shea, do you think Mocklin has changed a lot? Shea thoughtfully nods. Yes, but who doesn't change as time passes? Sister Shea, I found that you have changed too. Kadena thinks for a while and says with a smile, Me? How'd I change? Kadena softly moves closer to Shea's ear and says, I found that you don't have much feelings for Mocklin. On the contrary, you care about Ron. Sister Shea, did you fall in love with that guy? Shea's face turns red and her ears are red. She says, Don't talk nonsense. Kadena chuckles. What nonsense? Isn't this obvious? Besides, Ron's strength is not bad. It should be foreseeable that he will break through the master level. Most importantly, that guy is only 15 years old. His future is limitless. It's not that I want to nag you, Sister Shea, but you should make a move when you need to. I heard that Ron and that Aurora are now intimate. It will be too late if you are late. Shea has no way to deal with Kadena. She suddenly looks at her with a smile that is not a smile. That's strange. Why are you so clear about Ron's matters? Seeing that you're so concerned about him. I'm afraid you've fallen for him, right? Ba ba ba. Kadena spat out her saliva exaggeratedly. Would I like that guy who is full of evil power and can control skeletons? Hey, don't look at me like that. Fine. I admit that although he is very strong, he is definitely not my ideal husband. Oh, Shea was a little surprised and asked with a smile. Kadena, I haven't heard of him yet. What is your ideal husband? My ideal husband. Kadena thought for a while and smiled. Sister Shea, I can tell you, but you can't laugh at me. Kadena smiled and said, my ideal husband must be a noble dragon knight. Dragon knights, Shea disapprovingly said, Soaring Dragon Academy has a bunch of them. You can go to Soaring Dragon Academy and look for them. Why don't I help you find one? Kadena's face turned red. I'm not going to look for those stupid dragon knights. Then what kind of one are you looking for? Kadena's eyes revealed a look of longing. The dragon knight I'm looking for must be an indomitable and extraordinary man. He must have beautiful blonde hair, wear noble armor, and hold a long dragon spear in his hand. He must ride a flying dragon and appear in the sky while stepping on a multicolored light, coming to marry me. Kadena's hands were folded in front of her chest. Her eyes were sparkling like a pious angel standing there. TCH, Shea couldn't help but stretch out her little finger. You silly girl, you must have read too many novels. The flying dragon you're talking about, isn't that an expert of the sacred domain? The experts of the sacred domain are famous all over the world. Why would they take a fancy to a little girl like you? Even if they did, which of the experts of the sacred domain isn't above 40 or 50 years old? They would have already gotten married. Why would they wait for you? Kadena's little face was already red to the ears. She rebuked, Sister Shea, don't mock me like this. Saying this, the two of them began to laugh and play around. Suddenly, Kadena's laughter stopped. She mysteriously said, Sister Shea, why don't we go to the 4th competition area to watch Ron's battle? I just saw that this afternoon. Ron's dormitory has a competition. Shea's face turned red. I'm not going. Go. I'm not going. Go. Okay. The dean of the Balarax Academy, Platz, was sitting in the middle of the stands. He was smiling as he watched all of this. His seat was the highest in the stands. It was like a tower in the middle of the 4 competition areas. At a glance, the situation of the 4 competition areas could not be seen. Perhaps it was because of the rich rewards. This year's ranking competition was very intense. Even the competition for the qualifiers was very intense. Platz was very satisfied. At this time, Dabu quickly ran over and whispered a few words in Platz's ear. Platz's face revealed an astonished expression. Really? Dabu nodded. Quickly invite him in. Platz stood up. Dabu told him that the Roland Empire's Emperor was a pornographic novel. His Majesty had arrived. An Academy's competition could actually attract the Emperor to personally come. Beside him, the Dean of the Soaring Dragon Academy, Montego, was also astonished. He smiled and said, You old bastard's face is still so big. Beside him, the Dean of the Hanses Academy, King of Assassin's Hill, sat with his eyes closed. He did not move at all. In fact, he had a panoramic view of everything around him. Platz laughed. At this time, the 32nd king of the Roland Empire, Nikolai, walked over with a smile. His Majesty Nikolai was a valiant middle-aged man. His entire body was filled with vitality. He wore casual sportswear and did not look like an emperor at all. Behind him was a beautiful woman. It was the Roland Empire's Empress Rulin. Her faint expression was filled with a sense of nobility. This was the innate temperament of the royal family. Behind her was a 15 or 16-year-old girl. This was her daughter, Princess Angel. Her golden hair and blue eyes all showed that she was of noble royal blood. In addition, her white skin made her look like a porcelain doll. Princess Angel had inherited Empress Rulin's beauty and was Nikolai's most beloved daughter. Your Majesty, Platz bowed slightly and saluted. Nikolai laughed. Dean Platz, you are a powerhouse of the sacred domain and my teacher. I should be the one saluting you, Platz smiled. That is to thank your majesty for taking the time out of your busy schedule to come to Balavax and participate in our academy's annual ceremony. Nikolai smiled and turned his head. Dean Montegot and Dean Hill are also here. Ha! Today is a grand occasion in Balavax. Your Majesty. Montegot nodded slightly in greeting. Hill, on the other hand, did not even turn his head. Nikolai was not annoyed. Powerhouses of the sacred domain were all a little arrogant. This was normal. With their strength, there was no need for them to give face to anyone. Nikolai and his family sat down in the VIP seats. The accompanying guards stood in a formation on the side. Princess Angel sat beside Nikolai, and Empress Rulin sat on the other side. As soon as they sat down, Nikolai said to his daughter, "My little princess, how long has it been since you came to the academy? I'm afraid you don't even recognize the teachers." Angel opened her eyes wide and said with grievance, "Father, who said I didn't want to go? I can't get along with those people at all. The teachers of the academy are even worse. They actually sent me to the worst dorm. I don't want to go to school anymore." Nikolai turned to Platz. "Dean Platz, my daughter is a little naughty and lazy. Sir Dean, please don't be calculated with her." Platz was a little embarrassed. As the dean, how could he care about such small matters? He could only reply, "All right, I'll get someone to adjust and send Princess Angel to the best dorm." Originally, Princess Angel was sent to a very good dorm. However, because she rarely attended classes and did not participate in the dorm ranking battles, it severely affected the fighting strength of the entire dorm. The teachers considered that she would not come anyway, so they simply sent her to the trash camp. "There's no need to go through so much trouble," Princess Angel said impatiently. "It's not like I'm learning from Grand Magus Sovereign. Anyway, Dean Platz won't teach me personally." Platz smiled bitterly. As the dean, how could he teach someone personally? Even if he wanted to teach, Angel did not have the qualifications. Nikolai pulled a long face. "Angel, don't mess around." He then turned and said, "Teacher, my daughter has been spoiled by me. Please don't take offense." Platz smiled faintly. "It's fine." At this moment, a magician wearing a black magician's robe walked up. He had a head of white hair, deep eye sockets, and a large aquiline nose. He gave off a sinister vibe as he bowed to Platz with a half-smile. "Sir Platz." Platz looked at him and said, "You must be Grand Magus Sovereign." Princess Angel was originally a student of our academy. I'll hand her over to you now. You have to teach her well and not disappoint His Majesty. In terms of strength, Grand Magus Sovereign was an entire level lower than Platz. He could only respectfully reply, "Yes, Sir Mage Saint." However, when he said this, Sovereign's eyes flashed with a trace of light. Platz nodded. The one-on-one teaching of a Grand Magus was naturally much better than learning in the academy. He was not prepared to say anything. As for Princess Angel, she could do whatever she wanted. Nikolai and Empress Rulin exchanged helpless glances. Princess Angel stuck out her tongue mischievously. Just as these important figures were conversing, a duel ended. The victors naturally cheered, while the losers hung their heads dejectedly. Nikolai watched with relish and could not help but clap his hands. He smiled at Platz and said, "Dean Platz, this ranking battle is as intense as ever." Montegot also smiled. "The Balarax Academy is indeed full of talents." "You're too kind," Platz said modestly. It was finally afternoon, and the matches in the various regions were still ongoing. The important figures continued to watch the matches after having their meals. Next match, Dorm 302 versus Dorm 408. The magic loudspeaker sounded at the right time in the huge duel arena. Ron took a deep breath, his eyes shining. Finally, it's time to fight. Homelin's projection stood beside him, his expression full of concern and encouragement. "Do your best, Ron. This is the first time necromancy has truly appeared in front of the world since its disappearance. Remember, you can't lose face for necromancy." "I understand, Grandpa." Ron's eyes were filled with determination. I definitely won't lose face for necromancy. At this moment, Fatty said, Ron, it's our turn now. Aurora nodded. Let's work hard together. Do your best. The 7 of them formed a circle and stretched out their hands, shouting with all their might. Chapter 131. In the stands, the black-clothed Grand Magus Sovereign suddenly said, Your Highness, this room 302 seems to be the trash camp that you used to stay in. Angel stood up to take a look. Wasn't that right? The one walking in front was the annoying Fatty and that pair of trash siblings. Then there was Aurora and Manny. Manny was average, but Aurora was very strong. Yes, I see familiar faces. Angel said with a smile. 7 people, one more than when I was here. No wonder they were last. Nicholas softly said, Oh, actually, he was a little dissatisfied in his heart. Angel was still a princess of the Empire. Wasn't it too much to put her in such a dormitory? Who could bear the shame of being at the bottom of the ranking tournament? However, now that Princess Angel was learning magic under Grand Magus Sovereign, he felt a bit more at ease. Prats glanced at Sovereign with dissatisfaction. It was this annoying Grand Magus who seemed to be trying to sow discord by bringing up this matter in front of His Majesty. I already agreed to help Princess Angel change rooms, but she didn't want to go. What more do you want? Nikolai didn't say it out loud and only smiled. The other side has 8 people and they only have 7. Isn't it certain that they'll lose? That might not be the case. Angel tilted her head and smiled. That Aurora is still very strong, but it's useless if she's the only one. Among the others, the Fatty and the pair of siblings are trash. Manny's strength is all right, but she's not that strong. There's actually a priest. Not bad, Angel said excitedly. She was very familiar with room 302. After all, she had stayed there before. That's right. Who's that little black-haired guy? Is he new? Pratt smiled. That's Ron, a necromancer. Princess Angel, you're right. He's a new student. Necromancer? Angel cried out. This kind of trash is studying at the academy? Heavens, I'm going crazy. Grand Magus Sovereign gave a sinister smile. It really is worthy of being a waste concentration camp. Princess Angel, you were right not to come here to study. Princess Angel was talking about Dorm 302, but Sovereign was referring to the entire academy. Everyone could tell what he was implying. Montego, Hill, and the other important figures all looked over. What an arrogant fellow. Sovereign was terrified. The other party was a world-renowned fire mage saint, while he was only a Grand Magus. There were some things that couldn't be said, but he quickly calmed down. His Majesty was here, so what could he do to him? Then Platts laughed, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Plop! Sovereign trembled as if he had been struck by lightning, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Serves you right. Monty got smiled slightly. He thought to himself that a Grand Magus actually dared to boast shamelessly in front of the Warlock Saint. This lesson was considered light. Fortunately, you didn't provoke me. Otherwise, I would definitely make you suffer, regardless of who you are in the Roland royal family. Hill casually waved his hand. I don't know what's wrong with the weather, but it's stuffy and hot. The most annoying thing is that there are some insects flying around. It's ruining our mood. Seeing this, Sovereign could only swallow his words. Who told him to have such a cheap mouth? In the royal family, he was a respected Grand Magus and Princess Angel's personal magic consultant. Anyone who saw him had to give him some face. This had nurtured his arrogant character, and he didn't put anyone in his eyes. But in front of the 3 sanctuary powerhouses, he was nothing. He was the kind of person who could be casually crushed to death. At this moment, Sovereign finally understood that in front of the absolute power of the sacred domain powerhouses, the so-called secular power was just a joke. Apart from the excited Angel, everyone knew that Sovereign had suffered a loss. Platts didn't do anything else. He just wanted to teach Sovereign a lesson. Nikolai saw all of this, but he acted as if he didn't see it. Sovereign knew that he was powerful, so he quickly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, took a step back, and didn't say anything else. Dorm 408, opposite Ron, was a standard combat team. There was a fully armed knight, 2 warriors, 2 mages, 1 thief, 1 archer, and 1 priest. It was a powerful lineup. Are they from Dorm 302, which is ranked at the bottom? The leader of the team, the knight, smiled. There are only 7 of them. A blue-haired warrior laughed. They have 7 people, and we have a standard formation of 8. We'll win for sure. Another mage said, but among them, there's Ron who claims to be able to fight against 100 alone. Ron? The horseman mounted a yellow warhorse, his face betraying a sleepless look. Those idiots blew up the corridor and got injured because they were buried in it. Fighting 1 against 100 is a joke. The archer beside him said worriedly, that's Aurora. I'm no match for her. The knight pondered for a moment before saying, Aurora is very strong, but she alone won't be able to make any big waves. In a moment, we will press forward with our full formation and defeat them with lightning speed. The knight's face was full of confidence. Both teams had arrived, and a teacher walked over expressionlessly. I'll now announce the rules of the competition. Firstly, killing is strictly prohibited. Those who kill will be disqualified from the competition and expelled from the school. Secondly, those who relentlessly pursue an injured opponent who is unable to resist will be disqualified from the competition. Thirdly, the use of healing potions and MP potions during the competition is strictly prohibited. Once discovered, the competition will be disqualified. The teacher held a piece of paper in his hand and announced the rules of the competition. Ron and the others already knew, but they still listened attentively. I now announce the start of the competition. Following the teacher's announcement, the atmosphere in the arena suddenly became tense. Both sides took out their weapons. At this moment, something strange happened. Most of the weapons that the team from room 408 took out were either sky blue or aquamarine weapons. There was only 1 gold weapon, and basically none of them were dark gold weapons. However, all the weapons that the team from room 302 took out were dark gold weapons. The appearance of the dark gold weapons left everyone dumbfounded, and a commotion broke out among the students. Dark gold, damn. They're all dark gold weapons. This dorm team is too rich. No way. Isn't that dorm 302's team that ranked last in the ranking tournament? They actually dared to spend so much money. It wasn't just the students who didn't believe it. Even the big shots in the stands were stunned. Nikolai coughed and asked, Dean Prats, what's going on? Didn't you say that they're the dorm team that ranked last? They're actually all dark gold weapons. The more dorms like this, the better. This. Prats's eyes looked at Dabu. Dabu shook his head. He also didn't know what was going on. Angel's face was filled with disbelief. No way. They actually... Even Fatty's daggers are dark gold. This is too wasteful. King of Assassins Hill laughed and said to Prats with a smile, a dorm like this ranked last? Prats, if you don't mind, why don't you transfer your entire dorm to our Hans Academy? Yeah. Monty also laughed. If you come to our Soaring Dragon Academy, we can't wait to welcome you. Your Balarax Academy is too wasteful of talents. Monty and Hill's eyes were very sharp. If a dorm team could take out dark gold weapons, and Weisstein Dabu didn't know anything, then the answer was obvious. Among the 7 people on the other side, at least one of them was an enchanter, and a peak enchanter at that. Otherwise, it wouldn't explain how they could suddenly take out 7 dark gold weapons. Enchanters, this was something that every power in the Noah continent would fight over. Especially peak enchanters, their value was terrifyingly high. Prats himself knew what was going on. He laughed and scolded, You too, don't have any ideas about my students. Be careful that I don't recognize you. The 2 giggled and didn't say anything. Nikolai also showed interest in Ron and the others. If he could pull that enchanter over, it would be great. In the corner of the stands, there were 2 sneaky figures. They were Shea and Kadena. Sister Shea, they actually all have dark gold weapons. Kadena said in surprise. Shea stared at Ron. There must be an extremely outstanding enchanter among them. Kadena thought for a moment. No need to ask, it should be Ron. Shea nodded. He's always been a mystery to us. It should be him. Damn it, he actually didn't tell us that he's an enchanter. Shea said indignantly. Kadena widened her eyes and asked, Sister Shea, you're not familiar with Ron. Why should he tell you? Also, you didn't ask. Shea was speechless. Sister Shea, who do you think will win between the two dorm teams? Kadena smiled and asked. Although Ron's dorm has one less person, but Ron will definitely win. Shea said without hesitation. In the arena, the members of Dorm 408 were shocked. Boss, they all have dark gold weapons. A magician said in a trembling voice. The knight gritted his teeth. It's useless. With their strength, they can't unleash the true power of dark gold weapons. He waved his hand. Go, take them down. As he said that, the earth dough chi on his body exploded. Then, he took the lead and charged forward. The four hooves of his warhorse were raised like an indestructible chariot. Do it! Chapter 132. Kill. Dormitory 408 took the lead in attacking. The knight in the middle rode a yellow warhorse and rushed towards Ron and the others with him as the center. The warriors, mages, and archers behind him followed one after another. An invisible, murderous aura spread out and pressed down on Dorm 302 from all directions. Lantry, take the lead. Aurora yelled and started the battle. Lantry held a huge round shield in his hand and wore a thick plate armor. Only a pair of dark eyes could be seen from his cold helmet. He charged towards the horse that was charging towards him. Boom! The entire dueling ground slightly shook. The two knights were like two tanks crashing into each other. The clash of dough chi caused a loud noise. At this time, a figure was sent flying backward for more than 10 meters before coming to a stop. Lantry struggled to get up with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. It was clear that he had lost this knight versus knight competition. The opposing knight sneered. You're just a novice. How dare you call yourself a knight when you don't even have a horse? Lantry's defeat was not without reason. His opponent was strong and had a mount. With the special characteristics of the knight class, riding a mount would increase one's power by 30%. Lantry's defeat was inevitable. Lantry, are you all right? Ron helped him up. I'm fine. This is nothing. Although Lantry was not strong, he had a strong mind. This was the final quality of a knight. Let me see what you're capable of. Manny's eyes flashed with anger. She held the dark gold fury single-handed sword in her hand and blocked the pressure from the opposing knight. As a swordsman, she played the role of a knight most of the time. Every thrust of her sword was accompanied by a strong, fiery light. From afar, she looked like a fire beauty. Let's go, Fatty shouted. He raised his daggers and rushed out. The entire team from room 302 rushed forward and started fighting with the team from room 408. For a moment, combat aura and magic spells flew everywhere. The whole arena flashed with light. Aurora's face was cold. She kept shooting arrows from her bow. She was very fast and quickly suppressed the opposing archer. In terms of archery, Aurora was not afraid of anyone. Oh no, I got an arrow on my knee. The opposing archer cried out. At this time, a holy white light shone and the archer's injury was quickly healed. Damn it! Aurora cursed fiercely, but she did not stop. She shot out a string of magic arrows in rapid succession. On the stands, Nikolai smiled. They're fighting well. That's a little exaggerated. Apart from the fact that they're a little weak, their fighting spirit and cooperation are unparalleled. Pratt smiled. You're too kind, Your Majesty. At this time, a knight in the arena shouted, split them up and focus on eliminating them. Cut off their connection with each other. With this sentence, the battle quickly changed. Due to the disadvantage in numbers and strength, room 302 was always at a disadvantage. This difference could not be made up by equipment. Room 302 was bitterly holding on. Ron's mission was to suppress the two opposing magicians. This was not an easy task. At this time, two warriors appeared in front of him. One of the warriors smiled. Necromancer, I heard that it's a long-range class. How about we fight him in close combat? The other warrior laughed. That's what I was thinking. Let's take him down in one fell swoop. Ron held the heavy bone staff in his hand. It emitted a faint golden light. He had never been so confident. Slowly raising the bone staff, Ron's eyes emitted a faint green flame. The black soul energy on his body kept entwining, like the angry roar of the Grim Reaper. Undead hidden in hell, your soul is tormented in endless sleep. In order to break free from the shackles of depression, break free from the shackles of your soul, awaken, slumbering soul, awaken. My brave soldiers, accept my call and vanish from my sight. After chanting an incantation, Ron raised the bone staff in his hand. His soul energy turned into a whirlpool. Then, countless plates of black soil appeared on the ground. The black soil seemed to have opened a passage to hell. Countless undead poured out from it. Skeleton warriors. Rows of heavily armored skeleton warriors holding huge bone shields scrambled out from the ground. They were like corpses that had been sleeping for many years suddenly awakened. They let out a cry that terrified their enemies. Be careful. These skeletons are not easy to deal with. The Knight Captain of Room 408 reminded loudly. Skeletons, those things are complete trash. In the stands, Angel laughed and pointed at the arena. Room 302 is indeed a gathering place for trash. Even necromancers have come out. Pratt smiled faintly. He did not refute. Others might not know, but he knew that Ron, an ancient necromancer, was not simple at all. At least, he was not weak among those of the same class. Something's not right. Hill, the king of assassins, frowned. His closed eyes suddenly opened. Those skeletons are giving off a strange aura. They're not easy to deal with. Just as Hill, the king of killers, had said, the skeleton warriors were not simple at all. Ron pointed with his bone staff, and the brave warriors who were not afraid of death crazily rushed towards the two standing warriors. Smash these skeletons. The warrior from room 408 shouted. His fighting aura erupted. He waved his two-handed sword, the tip turning into a ball of silver light as he rushed towards the skeleton warriors. Boom! The skeleton warrior raised his shield to block the attack, but was forced back a few steps. Another skeleton warrior took the place of the first skeleton warrior and attacked the skeleton warrior. Pornographic novels under Ron's command, the skeleton warriors began their counterattack. Close to 10 skeleton warriors formed a shield wall and surrounded the two warriors. Those with discerning eyes could see that the two warriors were in a bad situation. These skeleton warriors were extremely powerful, and their defense was ridiculously high. Under the attack of the opponents fighting aura and magic, they actually managed to withstand it. Everyone was stunned. Heavens, these skeletons are too strong. This is ancient necromancy magic. It said that Ron is a true ancient necromancer. So powerful. Do your best, Ron. Many students began to cheer for Ron. Amazing. Hill finally opened his eyes and looked at Ron's figure. He nodded as if he wanted to remember him. This is the first time I've seen such powerful necromancy magic. But I want to ask, is this really necromancy magic? What? This necromancer is actually so powerful. Those skeletons can actually use shields to block, and they even blocked it. Heavens, this world is too crazy. Angel couldn't believe her eyes. Monty got frowned. Pratt, what's going on? Aren't necromancers supposed to be trash that can't withstand a single blow? Now this... Hill smiled and looked at the confident Pratts. I think Dean Pratt definitely knows what's going on. That's right. Pratt smiled and pointed at Ron. This isn't necromancy magic, but ancient necromancy magic. That youth here has inherited ancient necromancy magic. Ancient necromancy magic? Everyone's eyes widened. This was too inconceivable. Monty got scratched his head and said, does ancient necromancy magic really exist? Did necromancy magic really exist in ancient times? Isn't it just a legend? Yes. Pratt nodded and calmly said, very good. Hill slowly closed his eyes and didn't say a word. Although he was very interested in ancient necromancers, Ron's strength was nothing in the eyes of the powerhouses of the sacred domain. This was the first time that ancient necromancy magic had truly appeared in front of the world. The valiant and fearless skeletons had left a deep impression on everyone. The necromancy magic that had disappeared 100,000 years ago had finally revealed its true form to the world. Homeland's projection stood in the field and looked at Ron's heroic figure. A trace of gratification flashed across his face. He raised his head and looked at the high stands where 3 powerhouses of the sacred domain were sitting. Just you wait. In the near future, Ron will definitely step into the sacred domain like you and restore the glory of the Scourge Church. At this moment, the Knight of Dormitory 408 shouted, "Don't get entangled with those skeletons. Kill Ron, he's the real deal." The 2 warriors seemed to have woken up from a dream. They raised their weapons and charged at Ron. The knight also broke free from Manny's entanglement and charged at Ron. Aurora cried out in alarm, "Ron, be careful. They're all coming for you." At this moment, Ron was riding on the back of a skeletal warrior. The bone spear condensed in his hand suddenly pierced out, using offense as defense. At this moment, he was very proficient in close combat. Ordinary warriors were no longer a threat to him. Boom! 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 The bone spear and the knight's sword collided, bursting out large amounts of sparks. Both sides exchanged blows back and forth, happily fighting. Damn it, his close combat is actually so powerful. The knight became more and more alarmed. He exchanged several blows with Ron, but he couldn't do anything to him. At this moment, the 2 warriors of Dormitory 408 had already charged forward. "Quick, go support Ron," Aurora anxiously said. "Okay," Manny replied. The flame beauty turned around and rushed towards Ron. "Don't worry about me. I can handle it. You go and deal with the others." Ron's dull voice sounded in everyone's ears. "Aurora, this..." Manny was at a loss. On one hand, she wanted help. On the other hand, Ron was the captain. She didn't know who to listen to. This guy likes to show off. Aurora fiercely gritted her teeth. "He's the captain. Listen to him." Chapter 133. Ron was fighting 1 against 3. He was at a disadvantage at first, but he slowly regained control of the situation bit by bit. At this moment, he was using close combat, necromancy magic to the point of perfection, beating the 3 fellows who were surrounding him until they couldn't catch their breath. The soldier from room 408 said, "Damn it, does this guy not have a weakness? He's so strong in close combat too." Another soldier gritted his teeth. "I heard he's an ancient necromancer." "Damn it, is ancient necromancy magic really that strong? Is it really not a legend?" Kadena stared at Ron, her voice filled with envy. "Those summoned skeleton puppets are too strong. They're not afraid of injury or death. They're still fighting even with their arms broken. Ancient necromancers are really powerful." "Yes," Sheath sighed. "This is true ancient necromancy magic. Even Vivian's isn't true necromancy magic. I heard that even Vivian is learning from him." In the stands, Angel's voice also became excited. "Too strong. This guy is too strong. Even his close combat is so strong. He's fighting 1 against 3, but he's not at a disadvantage." Nikolai looked at Ron and thought, he really is a good seedling. The rarest thing is that he's still so young. His potential is limitless. If only he was willing to serve the Empire. At this time, Nikolai suddenly said, "Dean Platts, this student's name is Ron, right?" "HM?" Platts's eyes flashed with surprise, but he quickly calmed down. "Yes, Your Majesty. I find it strange that you know the name of an ordinary student in our academy." "Ordinary? No. He's not ordinary at all." Nikolai shook his head. "Just a few days ago, I received an envoy from the Holy Roman Empire. He asked me to exchange 10 million gold coins for this child. This child is in the Balarax Academy, and he's the only necromancer in the academy." 10 million gold coins? This number shocked everyone. Even the experts of the sacred domain might be tempted. On the surface, Nikolai came here to watch the Roland Cup competition, but in fact, he wanted to inquire about Ron. 10 million gold coins for a necromancer. Nikolai believed that the Holy Roman Empire wasn't crazy. There was definitely a reason behind this. "You agreed?" Pratt frowned and stared at Nikolai. His gaze carried a hint of coercion. Nikolai's heart skipped a beat. From Platz's expression, he could tell what the other party's attitude was. He shook his head. I refuse. A smile finally appeared on Pratz's face. The Holy See also sent a message, but I rejected it too. He raised his voice. Ron is a student of our academy. Our academy will do its best to protect him until he graduates. Of course, his whereabouts after graduation is not something I can interfere with. Nikolai was somewhat dissatisfied, but he didn't show it on his face. However, with Pratz's status in the sacred domain, he indeed had the right to say these words. It was useless for him to be dissatisfied. In front of the experts of the sacred domain, the so-called secular forces were just a joke. He rubbed his forehead and asked, Necromancy has disappeared for 100,000 years. How did Ron learn it? Pratt said, I don't know either. He wouldn't tell me even if I asked. However, it's certain that he inherited ancient necromancy. Because of this, as the only necromancer in the world, I can't hand him over to the Holy See. At this moment, Monty got interrupted. Why would the Holy See care so much about a necromancer? Oh, no, it should be an ancient necromancer. Pratz's pornographic novel Pratt said, I don't know. Maybe it's because of their beliefs. They see themselves as the embodiment of Guangming. Naturally, they can't tolerate the existence of darkness. Monty got agreed with this. That's right. These religious fanatics can be unreasonable sometimes. It's very stupid to start a war with religion. Nikolai laughed. With the temperament of the Holy Roman Empire, this isn't the first time. However, I think that this world is diverse and should accommodate different voices, different races, and different forces. Nikolai turned his body to make himself more comfortable. The Holy See didn't do well in this aspect. That's normal. Pratt shrugged. They're a country where religion and politics are united. At this moment, the battle in the field was nearing its end. Surrounded by Ron's large number of skeleton warriors, a knight and 2 warriors were in imminent danger. At this moment, their chi was almost depleted and they couldn't fight anymore. Moreover, they were injured. Needless to say, it was Ron's doing. On the other side, Manny and Aurora had completely gained the upper hand. They were beating the people in room 408 until they couldn't catch their breath. Oh no, second fifth brother. At this moment, Karachi cried out in alarm. Ron took a closer look. Fatty was like a mad bull. He had unknowingly killed his way into the enemy's formation and was instantly surrounded. Fatty's strength was low, and he was soon surrounded by danger. However, he didn't seem to notice it. Instead, he fought more and more crazily. In the end, it was almost as if he was using a bayonet to fight. Fatty's body was filled with terrifying wounds. Ron was anxious. He immediately pushed away the knight who was tangling with him and shouted, Second fifth brother, don't rush anymore. Come back quickly, Fatty. Lantry also shouted. He wanted to rush over to save Fatty, but unfortunately, he was entangled by the enemy. However, Fatty turned a deaf ear to him. The more he fought, the crazier he became. The more wounds he had, the more he was covered in blood. It's useless. Fatty has already gone crazy. No one can call him back. Aurora said calmly. She already knew Fatty's temper. Then what do we do? Ron asked anxiously. Let Rum go save him. Aurora said after some thought. Okay. Rum agreed. Since the start of the battle, his healing skill was pretty good. He raised the dark gold scepter in his hand. Healing skill. This time, however, nothing happened. What? It can't be. Again? Langsam's face changed several times as his clothes were soaked with cold sweat. His healing skill had failed once again. Rum, hurry up. Second fifth brother is about to die. Karachi shouted, stomping her feet. Healing skill. Rum raised his scepter again, but unfortunately, it still failed. Fatty's body was already on the verge of collapse. Aurora was shocked. No way. Lansim, your healing skills aren't working again? Wasn't it fine just now? I don't know. Rum was so anxious that he almost cried. He raised his scepter again and silently chanted the incantation again and again. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. He was about to collapse. What? Someone is already injured to this extent. Why isn't the priest healing? Did he run out of mana? Some students whispered. In the stands of the duel arena, Princess Angel couldn't help but twitch her mouth. Fatty is still the same as before. As a thief, he actually charged like a warrior and hasn't fallen yet. He's really lucky. Next to her, the king of assassins, Hill snorted. Fortunately, this Fatty isn't a student of my academy. Otherwise, I would have killed him. Hill's anger was justified. He couldn't help but get angry when he saw Fatty. Fatty's fat body almost burst the slender thief's skin-tight clothes. If he could, Hill would definitely give him a few big slaps. Why was he still a thief when he was so fat? He was a disgrace to all thieves. Suddenly, Angel cried out in surprise. What's wrong? Fatty is injured to this extent, but the priest isn't healing him. Monty smiled. He lightly tapped on the armrest of his chair. It's not that he isn't healing, but that he can't cast any spells. Didn't you see? He chanted the incantation again and again, but it just can't be cast. This kind of priest is really a weirdo. Here, everyone could see that Ron was basically holding the fort. He alone and the skeletons he summoned were holding back 3 people, and he had the upper hand. They were beaten until they couldn't even raise their heads. Father, I've decided to return to the academy to attend classes. Angel suddenly said. This decision made Nikolai a little surprised. Pratt smiled. Sure, but you have to wait until after the ranking battles. As he spoke, his eyes drifted to Grand Magus Sovereign. The latter shrank back slightly, not daring to meet his gaze. Pratt withdrew his gaze and looked at Angel. Princess Angel, don't worry. I'll definitely arrange a suitable dorm for you. At least, I won't be a burden to you. No need, Principal Pratt. Angel actually shook her head for the first time. Under Pratt's astonished gaze, she revealed a meaningful smile. I've decided to return to my dorm 302. In the dueling arena, Ron's eyes widened in anger. The soul force on his body suddenly exploded, and a large cloud of black mist filled the air. The entire dueling arena was filled with traces of a sinister and strange aura. With a loud roar, the bone spear swept out. The knight on the warhorse couldn't dodge in time and was struck to the ground. Ron was like an angry lion, riding the skeletal warrior and charging towards Fatty. Dorm 408's morale plummeted amidst the one-sided cheers. They were beaten back repeatedly by Ron and the others. Ron, hurry up and think of a way to save Fatty, Aurora said loudly. Okay, Ron replied. At the same time, he chanted an incantation. Soul force crazily surged out, and bone prisons sprang up from the ground, firmly trapping the people surrounding Fatty. At the same time, he summoned a large number of bone arrows, and the opponents fell to the ground one by one. The thief lay on the ground in pain, holding his thigh as he wailed. I surrender. I surrender. Chapter 134. But on the other side, Fatty was in danger. His body was on the verge of collapse, and his stamina was already at its limit. But he still glared with bloodshot eyes and waved the dark gold dagger in his hand wildly, forcing back the enemies who tried to approach him. Dorm 408 surrenders. Dorm 302 wins. The Academy's teachers immediately announced the results of the competition and stopped the other members from continuing. Second fifth brother, are you all right? Ron reached out to support Fatty, who was on the verge of collapse. But at this moment, Fatty was already in a state of confusion. He actually waved his dagger and stabbed towards Ron. Ron jumped in fright and hurriedly dodged. He shouted, Second fifth brother, are you crazy? Fatty acted as if he didn't hear him and continued to attack Ron. Ron had no choice but to back off. Suddenly, a fiery red figure appeared beside Fatty. It was Manny. She raised her heavy shield and smashed it towards Fatty's head. Dong! Fatty was hit and swayed a few times before falling to the ground. Ron was flabbergasted. Is he all right? Manny smiled, her face filled with the joy of victory. She reached out and brushed the hair on her forehead, revealing a myriad of emotions. It's all right. He's always like this. Ron heaved a sigh of relief and got off the skeletal warrior's back. The skeletal warrior turned into a cloud of black smoke and disappeared. Heal! Heal! At this moment, a white light shone from Fatty's body. Rum had finally released the heal spell. Under the illumination of the white light, Fatty's body quickly recovered. At the very least, there were no more wounds on the surface of his body. At this moment, he slowly woke up. Aurora glanced at him and snorted. What's the point of using the heal spell only now? Rum's face was flushed red. I'm sorry. Forget it. Ron tugged at Aurora. This should be his psychological problem. Let him slowly overcome it. When Aurora saw that it was Ron who spoke up for her, her expression softened a little. In the player lounge, Ron and the others silently took off their heavy equipment. After Lansom's treatment, Fatty had already woken up, and their expressions were filled with the joy of victory. Boss Ron, Lansom walked to Ron's side with an uneasy expression, wanting to say something but hesitating. Ron knew what he was thinking. He patted his shoulder and said, "It's all in the past. Don't think too much about it." But, Rum felt extremely guilty. Although Ron didn't blame him, he couldn't forgive himself. "I'm not blaming you. I know you don't feel good in your heart," Ron said with a smile. Rum lowered his head and said weakly, "I don't want to be like this, but I'm just nervous. When I'm nervous, my hands and feet tremble and my mind goes blank. I can't think of anything. I don't know why. I'm usually fine." Ron couldn't help but sympathize with Rum. A priest whose heal spell was sometimes ineffective had been looked down upon by many of his teammates. He smiled and said, "Don't blame yourself. I think most of your problems are psychological. Just work hard to overcome them. Don't worry, we'll wait for you. We'll wait for the day when you become an excellent priest." Rum's eyes turned red, and he almost shed tears. Every time he lost, he would be ridiculed and rejected by his teammates. For this reason, he was even more disheartened and almost gave up on being a priest. But at this moment, Ron's words were like a spring breeze that warmed his heart. Ron patted him on the shoulder and encouraged him. "Don't be too nervous during the battle. Remember, I'm here for you, okay?" Rum nodded heavily. He swore in his heart that he wouldn't make any mistakes next time. At this time, the door of the lounge was pushed open and a familiar figure appeared in Ron's sight. Minter Vivian. Sure enough, it was Minter Vivian who appeared in front of Ron in the attire of a necromancer. Minter Vivian. Minter Vivian. Several people in room 302 greeted Vivian. They knew that Vivian was learning real necromancy from Ron, but as a Minter, they couldn't turn a blind eye to it. "Hello." Vivian smiled. In terms of beauty, she was at least not inferior to Shea. It was just that her low strength overshadowed her brilliance. After everyone greeted each other, they walked to the side. They knew that Minter Vivian definitely had something to say to Ron. Usually, when a Minter talked to a student, those of different professions couldn't listen. This was also a rule of the academy. Vivian sighed. "Ron, you did well. After this battle, whether it was the academy's higher-ups or students, they all saw your true strength clearly. I didn't think that ancient necromancy magic would be so powerful. It seems that there's nothing wrong with learning necromancy magic from you." Ron corrected her with a smile. "It's necromancy magic, not ancient necromancy magic. We don't call it that." Vivian smiled embarrassedly. "It's my fault. I'm used to it and can't change it in a short time." Ron smiled and asked, "How's your necromancy magic training going?" Vivian smiled. "It's much better. Just a few days ago, I finally understood what soul force was. Only then did I realize that the path we've been on was wrong. Now, I can summon skeleton warriors." Ron felt the fluctuations of soul force on Vivian's body and smiled. "You're progressing very quickly. You should be able to break through to junior necromancer soon." "Really?" Vivian was surprised and happy. Breaking through to junior necromancer meant that she had advanced into a professional. She was no longer an ordinary person without any fighting strength. In fact, the previous Vivian's strength wasn't even comparable to an ordinary person. Ron smiled and nodded. "It's true. However, junior necromancer is only the foundation." The path of necromancy magic training will become more and more difficult. I'm only an advanced necromancer. I don't know when I'll become an archmage. Vivian's dirty Noveland's eyes were a little moist. Ron, thank you. A teacher without strength would be looked down upon by others. But from today onwards, that wouldn't be the case. What are you thanking me for? Ron was also a little excited. We're all working hard to revive necromancy magic. Vivian gently wiped away the tears that were about to gush out from the corners of her eyes and smiled. All right, Ron, I have good news for you. What good news? Ron asked. Ron, congratulations. Your dorm 302 has qualified. What? Ron's eyes widened in surprise. We've qualified? Yes. Vivian replied with a smile. That's great. When Ron happily told everyone the news, the few people in dorm 302 cheered and clapped their hands. Qualifying meant that they would receive a reward of 10,000 gold coins. This money might not be much, but to them, it was already a huge sum. Fatty raised his hand and said loudly, I suggest that in order to celebrate our dorm's qualification, we should have a good competition. Okay. Fatty's suggestion received everyone's approval. Second, fifth brother. Only Manny moved closer to Fatty with a mischievous smile. Are you treating? Let me make it clear that I don't have any money. Seeing Manny move closer, Fatty had a bad feeling. When he heard her words, the fat on his face trembled, but he still said heroically, If you're treating, then so be it. Today is such a happy day. A meal is nothing. He patted his chest. This meal is on me. Second, fifth brother agreed. Manny covered her mouth and laughed. But the food in the Academy's cafeteria is really too bad. Besides, there are so many teams in each competition zone that have qualified, and they're all eating there. I'm afraid there are no seats left. But let's eat outside. She rolled her eyes. How about we go to the Moulin Rouge? Fatty immediately withered when he heard this. He said with a long face, Isn't this killing me? Seeing Fatty choke, the people in room 302 all shouted. Okay. Second, fifth brother invited us to the Moulin Rouge. Everyone's faces were red as they teased Fatty. Okay. Moulin Rouge it is. Fatty had no choice but to agree. He put on a pitiful look. If I continue eating like this, I'll go bankrupt. It's really bad luck for me to have bad friends like you. Okay, let's eat a big meal. Everyone was beaming, except for Fatty, who looked gloomy. They clustered around Fatty as they walked out of the dormitory. Ron saw Fatty's expression as if his parents had died and couldn't bear to see it. He quietly moved closer to Aurora and whispered in her ear, This won't be too hard on second, fifth brother. It looks like he really doesn't have much money. Aurora rolled her eyes. What? Second, fifth brother doesn't have money? Let me tell you, you can eat 100 meals at the Moulin Rouge, let alone 10. This damn Fatty is pretending. He loves to pretend. Ron was surprised. Second, fifth brother is so rich? Of course, this damn Fatty is a rich second-generation heir. No, a rich second-generation heir. Aurora said proudly. His family has been doing business for many generations. I can't imagine how much wealth he has accumulated in his generation. Aurora said mysteriously, This damn Fatty is the seventh son in the family. He has 6 older sisters and is the only legal heir of the family. Think about it. How could this guy be short of money? But it's true that this damn Fatty is very stingy. Oh. Ron nodded and turned to Tutor Vivian. Tutor, let's go to the Moulin Rouge for dinner. Shall we go together? No need. I have something to do. You guys go ahead. Vivian refused with a smile. She knew that, as a tutor, other people would be very reserved if she went with them. Chapter 135. After Vivian left, the 7 of them walked out of the arena in high spirits. But at this moment, they unexpectedly bumped into someone. Shea, wearing a woman's breastplate, a leather short skirt, and high-heeled boots, revealing a pair of slender legs. Beside her stood the fairy-like beauty Kadena, who was a head shorter than Shea. She wore a blue magic robe, which wrapped her body tightly. Suddenly seeing Shea, Ron couldn't help but be startled. He had an indescribable feeling toward Shea. When he first came to the academy, he and Shea were enemies, and she had also caused trouble for him. But when it came to the matter of Heifels, he had to say that Shea had indeed helped him. "Hello, Shea." Ron nodded lightly, which could be considered as a greeting. "Hello." Shea also didn't expect to bump into Ron when she was leaving. There were too many people in the arena, and she wanted to wait for others to leave before leaving. She just happened to bump into Ron and the others who were leaving. After greeting each other, both sides were silent. Ron and Shea didn't know what to say, and the few from room 302, except for Aurora, were intimidated by Shea's strong aura and didn't dare to speak carelessly. Congratulations on qualifying. In the end, it was Shea who broke the silence and said with a smile, "Thank you." Ron was unprecedentedly polite. "What about you guys? No match today. Our 787's match is tomorrow." Shea replied, "I hope you guys can qualify." Ron had just finished speaking when he realized that he had said nonsense. They were the first dorm in the ranking tournament. How could they not qualify? His worries were unnecessary. "Thank you," Shea replied pointlessly. Kadena glanced at Shea and said, "Don't you find it annoying to keep thanking each other?" She smiled and sniffled. She turned around and asked, "Where are you going?" The two beauties stood there, forming a beautiful scenery. The eyes of several men in room 302 were already shining. Aurora had a bad feeling in her heart. She snorted and said, "Where else can we go? Of course we're going to eat at this time. Going for a meal?" Kadena didn't mind Aurora's tone at all. She was still smiling. "That's great. We were just about to go eat. Why don't we go together?" How could Aurora not know what they were thinking when she heard this? Eating was just a pretense. Their real intention was to seduce Ron. Although she did not know about the grudge between Shea and Ron, she still subconsciously rejected them. "This is a party in our dormitory." Of course, Aurora wanted to say that of course it wasn't convenient, but Fatty interrupted her. "Of course you're welcome." Fatty's eyes were already filled with lust. "How could we not welcome two beauties to have a meal with us? Of course we're very welcome." Kadena clapped her hands and jumped up. "That's great. Sister Shea, let's go together," she said and winked at Shea. Shea looked at Ron. Ron smiled and replied frankly, "We're having a meal at the Moulin Rouge. It's an honor to have you two." The group of 9 people chatted and laughed as they left the academy. Aurora was the only one who was walking at the back. Her face was dark, and she was sulking. The Moulin Rouge was originally just a small tavern. However, the owner was good at business, and the business grew. After decades, it had grown from a small tavern to a big restaurant. It was now the biggest restaurant in Balivax. At the same time, it also had chain restaurants in other parts of the Roland Empire. It had to be said that the owner was very good at business. Nowadays, the Moulin Rouge was a comprehensive restaurant that integrated travel, food, and entertainment. It covered an area of more than 2,000 square meters, and there was an endless stream of guests. Sometimes, even the rooms were fully booked. It was not an exaggeration to say that it made a lot of money every day. With money, all kinds of troubles would naturally follow. The reason was very simple. When you made money, others would be jealous. When others couldn't make so much money, conflicts would arise. Especially in this world where strength was respected, no matter how much money one had, it would be useless if one didn't have the strength. However, since the opening of the Moulin Rouge, no one had come to cause trouble. It was not that they did not want to, but that they did not dare to. Every Moulin Rouge had at least one strong person above the level of master. They ate the best food, drank the best wine, and slept with the best women in the Moulin Rouge. They lived like kings with only one condition, which was to deal with the strong people who came to cause trouble. Basically, the strength of a master was enough to deal with ordinary strong people, unless a strong person from the sacred domain came to cause trouble. However, if the Moulin Rouge offended a strong person from the sacred domain, his restaurant would not be able to continue operating. Of course, pornographic novels. Generally speaking, a strong person from the sacred domain would not cause trouble for a restaurant. When Ron and his group arrived at the Moulin Rouge, they were immediately stunned by the luxury of the Moulin Rouge. The lobby of Moulin Rouge was very large and could accommodate thousands of tables. There was a big stage in the middle. Every night, at a fixed time, there would always be a large lineup of singers and dancers. The singers and dancers wore dazzling costumes, singing and dancing on the stage. The guests could enjoy the fine food while enjoying the beautiful songs and dances. It was a wonderful enjoyment. Of course, the consumption level was naturally the same as that of the nobles. When Ron and his group came in, there were no seats in the lobby. They had to ask for a private room. Some scantily clad waitresses took them to the second floor. The interior of the luxurious private room was even more luxurious. Except for Cadina and Fatty, who were not affected much, everyone was dazzled. The tables were all made of the most expensive wood, surrounded by expensive art pieces. The floor was covered with thick carpets, and huge jewels were arranged on the tables as decorations. The large floor-to-ceiling windows were facing the moat of Balavax. When the windows were opened, they could see the beautiful scenery outside. As soon as the door opened, a long line of 10 young and beautiful waitresses bowed in unison and said, "Welcome." Ron and the others were scared out of their wits. They had never been to such a high-class place. The waitress's crisp voice rang out. "The minimum cost for this private room is 5,000 gold coins." 5,000 gold coins? Ron was shocked when he heard the price. How could 9 people eat so much? 300 or 400 gold coins was already too much. In fact, Ron's worries were completely unnecessary. Even an ordinary dish here would cost a few hundred gold coins. The minimum cost of 5,000 gold coins was not enough at all. As soon as the fatty sat down, his previous unscrupulous and stingy image completely disappeared. He raised his hands and feet like an elegant aristocrat. He softly asked the waiter about the ingredients and cooking method of each dish, as well as the price, and ordered 17 dishes in one go. Ron noticed that the dishes Fatty ordered were not cheap at all. He roughly estimated that this meal would cost at least 10,000 gold coins. Aurora sat next to Ron and whispered, "I told you, Fatty is very rich. He's always faking it." Ron nodded in agreement. After ordering, Fatty smiled and said to everyone, "Since we're here, let's eat something good. But we don't want to be spendthrifts. This money must be calculated properly." Aurora gave him a sideways glance. "Fatty, aren't you always complaining that you don't have money? I can't tell that you're a rich man. How about this? You invite us to eat here every day?" When Fatty heard this, he immediately revealed his true colors and squealed like a pig being slaughtered. "You might as well kill me." Everyone laughed. Their laughter was filled with harmony. They were all young boys and girls. Soon, they were talking and laughing. Not long after, the dishes were served. The exquisite dishes were an eye-opener for everyone. Ron realized for the first time that dishes could be made as beautiful as works of art. He did not dare to eat for fear of destroying the beautiful things in front of him. "Let's eat." Fatty was not polite. He directly forked a piece of meat into his mouth and said vaguely, "Everyone, let's eat." Everyone looked at the food in front of them and drooled. Plus, they had been fighting for an entire afternoon. They were already hungry and started eating. The food here is good. As a princess, Cadina ate all kinds of delicacies. But when she ate at the Moulin Rouge, she could not help but praise. Cadina's beauty overshadowed all the other girls. Even Ron could not help but take a few more glances at her. Shea put the food in her mouth, raised her head, and suddenly asked, "Hey, I say, Ron, your dorm room actually brought out dark gold weapons in the competition. You're not an enchanter, right?" "Of course." Before Ron could answer, Fatty proudly said, "Our boss Ron is not only an enchanter, but also a very good one. Boss Shea, if you want to upgrade your weapon, don't look for others. Just look for Ron. He won't let you down." Shea's eyes lit up. She said happily, "Really?" Cadina smiled. "Sister Shea, I'm right. Dorm 302 suddenly has so many dark gold weapons. It definitely has something to do with Ron." Shea said with a smile, "That's great. Ron, my weapon is only gold. Help me upgrade it to dark gold." Aurora fiercely glared at the fatty, blaming him for being talkative. She looked at Shea's beautiful appearance that couldn't be looked up at and his figure that was much more well-developed than hers, and instinctively felt a trace of danger. She barely squeezed out a smile and said, Ron has to prepare for the competition during this time, so I'm afraid he doesn't have much time. Let's talk about it when he's free. Shea was stunned. She glanced at Aurora and could clearly feel the hostility in the latter's eyes. She smiled and was about to say something when Ron said, Okay, give it to me. I'll try my best to help you upgrade it, but I don't know if it'll succeed. You know, enchanting requires a lot of skill and luck. As he spoke, he patted Aurora's hand. This won't take too much time. Don't worry. Aurora snorted softly and pouted. She was very dissatisfied. She didn't want Ron to get too close to Shea, but Ron didn't understand what she meant. Ron felt strange. Aurora, what's wrong with you? Aurora was sulking. She said angrily, I'm fine. Ron was puzzled. Cartina, who was at the side, was already laughing so hard that her stomach hurt when she saw Ron's dazed look. Chapter 136. At that moment, there was a commotion outside the door. Young Master Barnes. Young Master Barnes, you can't come here. This room is already taken. The waitress's voice was filled with anxiety. Search for the latest updates here. A fierce voice rang out. F*CK. I eat in this room every time. How dare you F*King book this room? As he spoke, the door to the room Ron was eating in was suddenly pushed open. A dozen people rushed in, startling everyone in the room. No one would be in a good mood if they were disturbed while eating. Everyone stood up with a swish sound and glared at the person who had come. Among the dozen or so people that came in, there were both males and females. They were all around the age of 20, about the same age as Ron and the others. The leader had a head of dazzling white hair and an arrogant appearance. Seeing the school emblem of the Soaring Dragon Academy on their chest, it was obvious that they were from the Soaring Dragon Academy. The fatty stood up and frowned. What's going on? The waitress's face was pale. She hurriedly said, It's nothing. Everyone, I'm sorry, they've entered the wrong room. Please continue eating. I'll ask them to leave. Wrong room? That's right. It's this room. The tall man said arrogantly. We've been eating in this room all this time. We've already booked it. You have to get out of here. Everyone was indignant at these words. Even a usually good-natured Cardina was furious. They had been eating here, and now they were being driven out for no apparent reason. If that was really the case, the whole of Balavax would be too ashamed to stay. The fat man was still calm. He turned his head and asked the waiter beside him, Miss, I remember that when we arrived, there were no more seats in the hall. You were the one who brought us to this private room. At that time, you didn't tell me that this private room was reserved. Before the waitress could say anything, the white-haired youth said rudely, I said I've booked it, so I've booked it. What's with all this nonsense? Get out of here. Yes, yes, please forgive us. The waitress first bowed, then turned to the white-haired young man and said in a pleading tone, Young Master Barnes, we have a rule in this line of work. First come, first serve. You really haven't made a reservation today. How about this? Now that there are seats in the hall, you see, a girl next to her screamed, with young Master Terrence's status, how could he sit with those poor bastards downstairs? Young Master Terrence asked for this private room. He must be here every time he comes. But young Master Barnes didn't book this room today. The waitress argued. At this time, Ron and the others also understood that this private room had always been reserved by that young Master Barnes. Every time he came, he would definitely eat in this private room. But for some reason, it wasn't reserved today. But today, the hall of the Moulin Rouge was full, so Fatty and the others had no choice but to order this private room. Fatty sneered when he heard that. Yo, I thought it was something serious. This, young Master Barnes, right? Since he didn't book this private room, then I'm sorry. Today, this private room belongs to us. Everyone, please go back and don't disturb our meal. The white-haired young man's name was Barnes. He came from a famous family in the Roland Empire. This family's ancestor had made great contributions to the Roland Empire and was conferred the title of Count. This noble title was passed down from generation to generation. Barnes' generation was already the seventh generation. Like all nobles, Barnes had the same problems that all nobles had. He was arrogant, condescending, and wanted to keep up appearances. Today, when he sent someone to book this private room, it was already booked. Moreover, there were no more rooms available in the Moulin Rouge. The dozen people who came with him were all students of the Soaring Dragon Academy. There were both males and females. Among them, there was even a girl that he had been pursuing. With so many people present, he couldn't book a private room even though he had invited someone to eat. How could Barnes keep his face? Barnes naturally knew that he was in the wrong first. However, with his character, he wouldn't let it go so easily. He sneered. Where did this bastard come from? Why don't you ask about my name? How can a bunch of poor bastards like you dare to provoke me? If you know what's good for you, then scram now. You don't need to pay this bill. Do you hear me? At this time, Shea sneered. What's so great about paying the bill? Do you think that we can't pay the bill when we come to eat? Barnes' eyes flashed with an ominous glint. So you're saying that you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit? Kadena couldn't bear it anymore. She stood up and said, You guys are really too much. You clearly didn't book a room, and yet you want to drive us away. Why do you have to do this? Her voice was like the sound of nature. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Then, everyone looked at Kadena. Suddenly, the room was filled with light gasps. Everyone from the Soaring Dragon Academy was greatly shocked. There was actually such a beautiful woman in this world. All the men revealed expressions of being captivated by her beauty. Seeing this, Terence felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His entire body was dumbfounded. He stood there motionless, his eyes unblinking as he stared at Cardina. He had never seen such a beautiful girl before. The girls he had brought from the Soaring Dragon Academy were not even fit to carry her shoes. Even the girl he had intended to pursue was slightly inferior to Cardina in terms of looks. The man next to him lightly nudged Barnes and said in a low voice, Boss Barnes, this woman is very hot. Barnes came back to his senses at this time. The corner of his mouth slightly rose, revealing an expression of admiration. He thought, not bad. Only a beauty like this is worthy of me, Barnes. This wasn't the first time Kadena was stared at like this. However, Barnes' gaze still made her angry. Beautiful lady. Tyne's attitude took a 180-degree turn. With a face full of smiles, he said, Let me introduce myself first. My name is Tynes, a student of Soaring Dragon Academy. I come from Delica family. Nice to meet you. Roland Empire's Delica family? Kadena frowned. She had heard of this family before. Their ancestors had illustrious military achievements and were hereditary nobility. In the Roland Empire, this family could be considered to be very famous. Barnes was overjoyed. Beautiful lady, you have also heard of my family? This is truly an honor. May I ask what your name is? Kadena rolled her eyes and coldly snorted. I don't feel honored. You have already disturbed our meal. This is not the behavior of a noble. As for my name, I don't want to tell you. You should leave. Don't lose the face of our family. Barnes laughed. We will leave. However, it won't be us who will leave. It will be them. He pointed at Ron's group and then smiled at Kadena. Beautiful lady, I sincerely invite you to have a meal with us. At the same time, he glanced at Shea and secretly praised her in his heart. He smiled and said, Of course, if the beauty beside you is willing to stay, the rest can leave. When these words came out, the faces of the Balarax Academy's group were filled with anger. The most beautiful person in Ron's group was Kadena, followed by Shea. They had to admit that this grandson's eyes were quite sharp. Damn it, not only is this guy interested in me, but he is also interested in Sister Shea. Kadena's eyes were filled with anger. Shea's face was also filled with anger. If it were her usual temperament, she would have already lost her temper. Scram! Just as Shea was about to lose her temper, a voice suddenly sounded. Who? Even more arrogant than me? After Barnes threw out his family's name, there were very few people who did not listen. He looked around for the person who had spoken. At this time, his eyes fell on a thin and weak figure. Ron slowly stood up and fearlessly looked at Barnes. He said, Did you not hear what I said? Get out of here immediately. Not only did this group of people disturb their meal, but they also harassed the girls on his side. He could no longer tolerate it. He was the boss of Dorm 302, so he had to say something. Barnes' eyes narrowed. He looked at the thin and small Ron and was a little confused. He could not see through his profession. With such a thin and weak body, he looked like a magician, but he was not wearing a magician's robe. "Who are you?" Barnes asked in a deep voice. Ron slightly nodded and said word by word, "I am a necromancer, Ron." "What? Necromancer?" Hearing these words, everyone from the Soaring Dragon Academy was stunned. The whole room was silent for a few seconds. Suddenly, a burst of laughter burst out. "Ha ha! What a joke! I was wondering what profession it was, but it turned out to be a necromancer," a male student said while laughing. "The Balarax Academy actually has a necromancer." Another female student laughed. "Such a great profession like necromancer still exists. This is really too funny." Barnes laughed until tears came out of his eyes. "I'm sorry, everyone. This is the funniest joke I've heard this year. I really can't hold it in. A necromancer, a pornographic novel. Actually so serious, haha," another male student added. "If I didn't know, I would have thought that some expert had arrived. Ha ha ha." The people from the Soaring Dragon Academy laughed even more happily. The people from the Balarax Academy clenched their teeth in anger. They wanted to rush up and beat these people up. On the contrary, Ron was much calmer. He coldly said, "Are you done laughing? If you are, then get out of here. F***CK?" A male student cursed and pulled out a sword from his space bag. "Who do you think you are? You dare to tell us to get out?" The people from the Balarax Academy could no longer hold back and pulled out their weapons. "Who do you think you are? F***CK. If a tiger doesn't show its might, then we are sick cats. Come if you have the guts. Come then. I'm not afraid of you." Both sides were ready for a showdown, and a great battle was on the verge of breaking out. At this time, a dignified voice sounded. Chapter 137. An old man with his hands behind his back slowly stepped into the room. His hair was white, and his two white eyebrows were pointed upwards. His appearance was dignified without being angry. As soon as the old man stepped into the room, the entire atmosphere seemed to be controlled by him. In an instant, the temperature in the room dropped to ice. This old man's strength is unfathomable. Ron's heart trembled. Homelin's voice rang in his ears. "Ron, be careful. This man is a master-level expert." Ron's heart trembled. A master-level expert's strength was not something he could contend against. Feeling the powerful aura of the old man, the Soaring Dragon Academy's people all took a step back. They looked at each other in dismay and immediately withered. Even the arrogant Barnes restrained himself. Seeing that he had intimidated everyone and achieved the desired effect, the elder withdrew his monstrous aura and said slowly, "I've heard what you said. Young Master Terrence, you're not in the right here. My Emperor, it's best that you leave." Hearing this, the below Rex Academy's people smiled. With a master-level expert supporting them, their confidence was greatly boosted. Barnes was furious and was about to explode. "What?" The old man rolled his eyes. "You want to cause trouble in the Moulin Rouge?" Being glared at by the old man, Barnes immediately lost the courage to resist. To be honest, the strength of the two groups added together was not even comparable to a finger of the old man. The boy behind Barnes pulled him and said in a low voice, "Boss Barnes, I have heard of this person. He is a master-level expert invited by the Moulin Rouge. We can't afford to offend him. Let's retreat." Master-level expert? Barnes was shocked. Although he knew that the old man was strong, he didn't know that he was a master-level expert. He had always heard that there was a master-level expert in the Moulin Rouge. Terns was no stranger to master-level powerhouses. There were also masters in his family who were of similar strength. However, at this moment, going against a master-level powerhouse was definitely not something fun. Furthermore, he was not in the right in this matter. Barnes didn't want to be entangled. He coldly snorted, "Let's go." As he spoke, he glared fiercely at Ron. Then, under the jeering of the fatty and the others, he led the Soaring Dragon Academy people out of the private room, full of resentment. Barnes came quickly and left quickly. The small disturbance was settled just like that, but it ruined the mood of the people in room 302. Ron smiled. "Thank you, my lord, for upholding justice." Lord was a common title for experts on the Noah continent. If one didn't know their name, as long as they were experts, no matter who they were, it wouldn't be wrong to call them that. The old man said calmly, "There's no such thing as justice or injustice. This is the restaurant's rule. If you were late today, I would have kicked you out." After saying that, he ignored everyone and left the room. The waitress apologized to Ron and the others and closed the door. After the old man left, Ron and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Karachi patted her chest and said, "That scared me to death. A master-level expert is too powerful. I almost couldn't breathe with him standing here." Aurora nodded. "A master-level expert is really scary." Lantry said, "Is that guy a Dragon Knight? I feel that his aura is very similar." Manny muttered to herself, "I heard that Dragon Knights have a special status in the Soaring Dragon Academy. Looking at his arrogant appearance, it should be so." Shea coldly snorted, acting recklessly. "Try running slower. Even if he is a Dragon Knight, I will still beat him to the ground." In the hall downstairs of the Moulin Rouge, it was as if a banquet was being held. On the stage in the middle of the hall, singing and dancing were going on. The actors were dressed up and appeared, singing and dancing. The atmosphere in the hall was very lively. No matter how good the singing and dancing were, the people from the Soaring Dragon Academy weren't in the mood to appreciate it. They were sitting at the table and sulking. Although this meal was sent by the Moulin Rouge, their mood was still not good. "Boss, are we just going to let it go?" A boy suddenly broke the silence and said, "Of course not." Another girl said, "Yes, Barnes, I can't swallow this." Another girl threw her chopsticks and said angrily, "Let go. How can there be such an easy thing?" Barnes' gaze was like a wild wolf hunting in the dark. With his white hair, he looked even more sinister. "These people are too arrogant. If I don't teach them a lesson, how can I vent the hatred in my heart? Yes, if we don't do this, they will think that our Soaring Dragon Academy is afraid of them. Isn't it just the Ballarak's Academy? Are they a match for our Soaring Dragon Academy?" For a moment, the people of the Soaring Dragon Academy were furious. They wanted to immediately rush up to the private room and beat up Ron and the others. However, they didn't dare to do it here. Barnes' gaze was cold. He swept across the faces of those people and asked, "How many Dragon Knights do we have?" "Me. Count me in." "And me." Many people raised their hands. The Soaring Dragon Academy was worthy of being the cradle of Dragon Knights. Among the dozen people, there were actually several Dragon Knights. 1, 2, 3, 5. Barnes counted, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. 5 Dragon Knights, 3 swordsmen, 2 magicians, 3 thieves, and 1 priest. That's enough. Barnes' smile was very bright. With this kind of lineup, it should be enough to deal with them. A boy proudly said, "Of course, just 5 Dragon Knights are enough to deal with them. Moreover, we have so many people." Barnes was indignant. F***CK. I hate that necromancer the most. He doesn't have the strength, and yet he is so arrogant. He is courting death. That's right. A lowly necromancer is actually so arrogant. He is simply courting death. We must deal with him. When it came to Ron, they were all filled with righteous indignation. They wished that they could pinch him to death. In this world where strength was respected, if it was a magician, no one would say anything. However, a trash necromancer actually dared to boast shamelessly. This was simply not far from death. It could be said that they hated dirty novels. They hated everyone present more than they hated anyone present. Hurry up and eat. After eating, properly teach them a lesson for me, Barnes urged. Shea and the others still had a competition tomorrow, so they wanted to go back and rest early. After chatting for a while, they left. Ron and the others did not leave. After watching the performance for a while, they felt bored. The singing and dancing on the stage were not interesting at all, so they all asked to leave. Fatty happily paid the bill, and everyone walked out of the Moulin Rouge. It was already night by the time they finished dinner. A crescent moon hung high in the sky. As it was a cloudy day, there were not many stars. Walking on the streets of Balavax, a cool breeze blew, and it was very comfortable. On the long street, magic lamps lit up one after another, like countless stars, illuminating the whole street. The magic lamp was a type of stone that emitted light. However, this stone wasn't born to emit light. It would only emit light at night after absorbing enough light during the day. Many people carve these things into a round shape, just like a lamp for illumination. This was originally one of the more prosperous commercial streets of Balavax. Shops were connected to each other, selling everything from basic necessities to weapons and exotic beast cores. Most of them were students. Sometimes, the academy would come here to purchase large quantities of goods. However, it was already night, and many shops were closed. It was very quiet. Today's food is not bad, but the singing and dancing are too boring. Aurora pursed her lips. Ha! Ron laughed. After thinking for a while, he asked, "By the way, Aurora, you seem to eat very little every time. Is that okay?" Before Aurora could answer, Manny chuckled. "No way, Ron. You've been with Aurora for so long, and you still haven't noticed that she doesn't eat meat?" She doesn't eat meat?" Ron's eyes widened. Aurora nodded slightly. "I'm a vegetarian." Karachi smiled. "It's all thanks to Fatty. He eats the most every time. No wonder he's so fat." Fatty chuckled. "Being able to eat is a blessing. What's the point of losing weight?" Everyone laughed, including Ron. Just as he was about to tease Fatty, Homelin's voice sounded in his ear. "Ron, be careful. It seems like someone's trying to harm you." Ron's smile froze, and his expression became serious. "What's wrong, Ron?" Aurora sensed that something was wrong with Ron. "Be careful. It seems like someone's trying to harm us," Ron said as he looked around vigilantly. Suddenly, his gaze focused, and he said in a low voice, "Come out, everyone. There's no point in hiding. Someone's here." Everyone heard this and immediately went on alert. Some of them took out weapons from their spatial pouches, ready for battle. "Haha, you're quite vigilant. You even found out about this." Following an arrogant voice, a group of people flashed out from both sides of the road. There were more than 10 people, and the leader was the white-haired young man, Barnes. His head of white hair, which he was most proud of, was especially dazzling in the night. "It's you guys?" Ron's pupils shrank. He knew that tonight was not going to end peacefully. They must have been lying in ambush here for a long time. 7. Barnes smiled. There are actually 7 people. Where are the 2 beauties? Have they gone back? Aurora snorted and took a step forward. "What do you want?" "Nothing much." Barnes smiled cruelly. They knew that they had one. He smiled and licked his lips. "I'm angry. The consequences are serious. I think someone's going to be unlucky. Those 2 beauties aren't here." "That's great. I won't have any psychological burden to deal with you guys." Barnes smiled, and then his eyes flashed. "You guys die for me." Barnes and several Dragon Knights from the Soaring Dragon Academy raised their hands. Several large hexagonal stars appeared on the ground. Several hexagonal stars were connected to another space. There seemed to be a vicious beast inside, and a bloody aura assaulted their nostrils. Karachi panicked. What a terrifying aura. What are they doing? They are summoning dragons, Aurora said in a low voice. 5 Dragon Knights, not good. Prepare for battle. At this time, the hexagonal stars shone brightly. Not long after, a 4 to 5 meter long monster was summoned. Ground Dragon was a type of subdragon. It was tamed by a Dragon Knight using a special method and became their mount. Ground dragons were generally large in size and had thick skin. It was very difficult for ordinary weapons to injure them. When a ground dragon and a Dragon Knight worked together, their strength would increase by at least 30%. In the same level of profession, a Dragon Knight was definitely in existence that couldn't be ignored. Turn's Earth Dragon was a top-tier Tier 6 exotic beast, the Ankylosaurus. It had 4 limbs on the ground and a long tail behind it. Its entire body was covered in long spikes, like pieces of armor. It was impenetrable. The other Earth Dragons were all different, but they all exuded the aura of wild beasts. Chapter 138. On the long street, 5 earth dragons appeared out of thin air, causing a commotion. The pedestrians all fled in fear. It's earth dragons. Run. They are from Soaring Dragon Academy. They are here to cause trouble again. Accompanied by the crying of children and the running footsteps of ordinary pedestrians, the entire street was in chaos. The shops closed one after another. What a terrifying dragon night. The terrifying aura of the earth dragons lingered in everyone's heart. Even Aurora's heart sank to the bottom. The combination of the powerful earth dragons and the dragon knights could be said to be invincible within the same level. Lantry, Karachi, and the others were trembling in fear. In their fragile hearts, they believed that the dragon knights were simply undefeatable existences. We will die. Homeland's expression was grave. Ron, be careful. These dragon knights are not easy to deal with. If you want to fight, you must go all out. Ron nodded. He took a deep breath and slowly raised the bone staff in his hand. Strong confidence appeared in his eyes. Come. Oh, there are actually people who are not afraid of death. Barnes laughed. Those country bumpkins have never seen a dragon knight before, so they don't know how to write the word death. A boy from Soaring Dragon Academy laughed wildly. Since that's the case, let's show them what we're capable of. Barnes laughed. At this time, a boy suddenly saw the weapons in the hands of room 302. A trace of greed appeared in his eyes. Did you see that? Their weapons are all dark gold. Looks like we're going to make a fortune today. 7 dark gold weapons. Barnes laughed nastily. The weapon in his hand was also a dark gold spear, but it could not stop his greed for money. Dark gold weapons were extremely valuable. Even if he did not use them, he could still sell them for a high price. Kill them and snatch their weapons. Barnes ordered. The people from Soaring Dragon Academy rushed up one after another. A great battle was about to begin. Ron shouted, "Everyone be careful. Hide behind me." If one were to say who these people hated the most, it would undoubtedly be Ron. So, a dragon knight rode a ground dragon and charged straight Ron. You don't have the strength, yet you still want to show off? Die. You're the one who will die. Ron was not to be outdone. He dodged to the side, and with a move of his hand, a white-boned spear formed in an instant. He backhanded it towards the dragon knight. What? The necromancer was shocked. He had never thought that a necromancer who couldn't even withstand a single blow would actually have the strength to fight back. Seeing the sharp-boned spear piercing towards his face, he suddenly tilted his head. Swoosh! The sharp-boned spear brushed past his face, tearing off a few strands of his hair. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat, but Ron had already retreated. Damn it! The dragon knight cursed fiercely. At this time, he found that there was a bright red bloodstain on his face. Are you all right? Barnes walked over and asked. I'm fine. Boss, be careful. This kid seems a bit strange. He's not that easy to deal with. The dragon knight wasn't stupid. He could vaguely see Ron's strength from that crafty attack. Isn't he just a necromancer? Barnes' expression was a bit unsightly. Ron's heart was clear. Although this Barnes was arrogant, his strength couldn't be underestimated. 5 chicken claw-like fingers spread open, and threads of dark soul force constantly revolved around them. With a low chant, the gates of hell opened, and white skeletons crawled out from the ground. Skeleton warriors. Ron summoned the skeleton warriors with the strongest defense. More than 20 skeleton warriors formed a shield wall, blocking the other party's dozen or so people outside. Barnes sneered. So what if you summon more of these useless skeletons? Is there any use? As he spoke, he rode his thornback dragon and rushed towards Ron. A few skeleton warriors charged forward fearlessly and began to fight with Tynes and the others. 20 or so skeleton warriors blocked a few dragon knights, while Aurora and the others began to fight with the other skeleton warriors. Kill. Fatty was still so brave. He seemed to have forgotten his identity as a thief. Carrying 2 small daggers, he crazily rushed forward. Manny was afraid something would happen to him. Blazing Do-Chi burst out and also rushed forward to help. Lantry and Karachi also began to attack. Aurora's face was cold. She constantly pulled the bowstring. Every time an arrow was shot, there would always be someone injured and fall to the ground. At this time, the Soaring Dragon Academy's people discovered that the strength of the other side was uneven. Apart from the one who used a bow, the others were very ordinary. There were even a few who were only at the novice level. What kind of trash academy is this? There are even novice-level students. A warrior said, "With this kind of strength, it's really surprising." A thief laughed and said, "Then let's first take down the weakest few." As he spoke, he coldly smiled, and his figure slowly disappeared into the night. Aurora discovered that something was wrong. The other two thieves actually disappeared in front of her. Invisibility, Aurora sneered. Unfortunately, invisibility is useless against me. Eyes of truth. Aurora's eyes brightened. In an instant, she saw a shadow. That shadow slowly, stealthily moved towards Lantry. Lantry was entangled with a warrior. He was at a disadvantage because his strength was not enough. He simply did not notice that the thief was approaching. Precise shot. Aurora knocked her bow and shot an arrow. The target was precisely that thief. Ouch! That thief painfully clutched his chest. An arrow was shaking incessantly. He wanted to sneak attack others, but he did not expect to be sneak attacked instead. Lantry turned around and looked at Aurora with a grateful look. Guided arrow. With a burst of white light, Aurora once again shot an arrow. That arrow seemed to have eyes. It flew towards a warrior. That warrior had already dodged, but that arrow seemed to have magic power. It shot at him from a strange angle. Boom, boom, boom. In the night long street, a fierce battle broke out. Many buildings were destroyed by powerful Do-Chi. The residents on the street were afraid that they would not be able to escape in time. Damn it! What the hell are these things? Why are they so difficult to deal with? The strength of the skeleton warriors surprised Tynes. The skeletons in front of him that he thought would be unable to withstand a single blow were actually evenly matched with him by virtue of their advantage in numbers. No, I can't believe it. This is a necromancer. A dragon knight's face was full of disbelief. Isn't a necromancer a piece of trash that can't even deal with ordinary people? He's actually so powerful? I don't know. Tynes' face was gloomy. He finally knew that this guy called Ron was a powerful character. With just this move, he was already stronger than many people. No wonder he's so strong. It seems that he's quite confident. Tynes smiled sinisterly. But with this strength, it's impossible to deal with a dragon knight. You can't imagine how powerful a dragon knight is. A dragon knight next to him pushed back a skeleton warrior and said with a sinister smile, "Boss, let's show them the true strength of our dragon knights." Good. Tynes laughed wildly. Let's show these country bumpkins the power of our dragon knights. At the same time, the 5 dragon knights shouted in unison. Then, all kinds of Do-Chi burst out from their bodies. 2 of them had fire attribute Do-Chi, 2 had earth attribute Do-Chi, and 1 had water attribute Do-Chi. Red, yellow, and blue Do-Chi appeared on their bodies. At this time, something strange happened. The 5 earth dragons also burst out with the same attribute Do-Chi. Do-Chi gradually fused. Man and horse as one could also be said to be man and dragon as one. This was the exchange of power between a knight and his mount. After fusion, it could increase one's strength by 30%. Among the same class, a dragon knight was an invincible existence. Kill, Tynes coldly said. The Ankylosaurus suddenly charged forward and sent a skeleton warrior flying. The several tons of earth dragons were extremely powerful, and the skeleton warrior was instantly smashed into pieces. It turned into a cloud of black smoke and disappeared into the air. The Dragon Knight's powerful combat strength finally erupted. No matter how sturdy the skeleton warriors were, they couldn't withstand the Earth Dragon's boundless strength. With a swipe of its huge front claws and a block of its long tail, the skeleton warrior's body shattered into pieces. The skeleton warrior's counterattack was extremely weak. The earth dragons had thick skin and flesh. When the bone axes of the skeleton warriors slashed at them, they only left shallow blood marks. The Ankylosaurus defense was even more abnormal. It didn't even leave a single mark. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the 20 skeleton warriors were killed. The remaining half were also greatly weakened. Homelin felt a headache coming on. These earth dragons are really troublesome. With his strength, he naturally didn't care about these mere dragon knights. He had at least dozens of methods to eliminate them. However, Ron couldn't do the same. He wasn't strong enough to use powerful necromancy magic. Dragon knights are really strong. Even in such a predicament, Ron wasn't discouraged. His eyes flashed with a green light as large amounts of black soul energy surged out of his body. At this moment, he knew he couldn't hold back. "Let me show you this, skeleton magicians." As Ron chanted, strands of black energy condensed and formed skeleton magicians. They wore tattered magic robes and held bone staffs in their hands. Faint green flames danced in their eyes. In the dense formation, Ron's eyes were bloodshot. He was going to use magic to bombard them. This was also his most powerful move. No one could withstand the bombardment of magic, and this was with all kinds of attributes. The skeleton magicians didn't chant. They gently raised their bone staffs, and all kinds of magic elements quickly condensed. "What's this?" a dragon knight asked curiously. It seems like the skeletons he summoned this time are different from before. Tyne's pale when he felt the magic fluctuations grow stronger. "Not good, it's magicians this time. Everyone, be careful." Chapter 139. Boom, boom, boom. An overwhelming amount of magic flew over and exploded on the ground, creating loud noises. All kinds of magic came with all kinds of effects, making the dragon knights unable to raise their heads. Petrifying skin. Barnes and the others were helpless. They could only use defensive skills, hoping to rely on the Earth Dragon's powerful defense to survive. Aside from the dragon knights, the rest of the people from the Soaring Dragon Academy were stunned. Heavens, are those really necromancers? There are 5 dragon knights on the other side. These people understood that if it were any of them, it would be impossible for them to fight against 5 dragon knights by themselves. Are they dead yet? Ron ordered the skeleton magicians to stop their bombardment. The place where the magic landed was filled with smoke and dust, making it impossible to see anything clearly. The smoke and dust dispersed, revealing several sets of sturdy armor. Although the 5 dragon knights and their dragons were riddled with scars, they still had fighting strength. What? Ron was shocked. He didn't think that the dragon knights would be able to resist such a dense bombardment of magic. The dragon knight's powerful defense was evident. As a matter of fact, a dragon's body was more abnormal to begin with. Although the Earth Dragon was an alternative dragon, its magic resistance was still higher than ordinary exotic beasts. Although the skeleton mage's magic bombardment was concentrated, most of them were low-level magic. The damage they caused to the Earth Dragon was extremely limited. At this time, Barnes seized the opportunity and pointed with his spear. "We can't let them release any more magic. We're attacking." The 5 dragon knights answered in unison. They had just suffered a fierce blow from Ron, so they held their breath and madly rushed towards Ron. Not good. Ron's heart suddenly tightened. The Earth Dragon's speed was extremely fast, closing the distance in an instant. If they released magic at such a short distance, they might hurt their own people, no, their own skeletons. The 5 Earth Dragons were like indestructible tanks. When they arrived in front of the skeleton magicians, there was no longer any power that could stop them. With a kacha sound, the skeleton magicians were smashed into 2. The skeleton mage's defense was much weaker than the skeleton heroes to begin with, so it was easily crushed. The entire dense formation was torn apart. It was no longer of any use. Seeing the skeleton mages being destroyed, Ron was infuriated. He raised his hand, and a bone shield appeared on his left and right hand. He held a bone spear in his other hand and summoned a skeleton warrior at the same time. He rode on the back of the skeleton warrior and cast a skeleton haste spell, making the skeleton warrior rush towards the dragon knight. When Homelin saw this, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. This kid, once he gets anxious, he immediately engages in close combat with his opponent. What is this? A close combat necromancer? Terrence couldn't help but be stunned when he saw this. They actually charged over? Is this guy a warrior? The skeletal warrior's legs were like the wind. It was extremely fast and arrived in front of Burns in an instant. Ron, who was riding on the skeletal warrior, was as tall as two people. He thrust the bone spear in his hand without hesitation. Boom, boom, boom. The dark golden spear of flames and the eerie white bone spear of black soul energy clashed a few times in an instant. Ron wasn't at a disadvantage at all. This kid is actually so good at close combat. Terrence's heart trembled. He couldn't help but admit the fact that Ron was stronger than him. After all, Ron was only one person, and yet he was able to hold back 5 Dragon Knights. Terrence's gaze fell on the skeleton under Ron's crotch. Ankylosaurus. Bite it. The giant Ankylosaurus received the order and opened its mouth, biting down on the small skeleton warrior. Its large head swung lightly, and the skeleton warrior was torn in half. Push! Just as the skeleton warrior was about to be smashed into pieces, Ron issued a final order. The skeleton warrior pushed, and Ron used the last of his strength to leap up and land firmly on the back of the Ankylosaurus. The skeleton warrior then turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. Everyone was stunned. Even Terrence was stunned. This guy actually jumped onto the back of the Ankylosaurus. What was going on? Go to hell, bastard. Ron cursed. He withdrew the bone spear in his hand and turned it into a short bone spear. He held the bone spear in his hand and attacked Terrence. Terrence was immediately surrounded by danger. The spear in his hand was too long, and he couldn't reach Ron at all. He was forced into a panic. The other Dragon Knights wanted to help, but they were afraid of hurting Terrence. Just as they were panicking, one of them suddenly said, "Terrence, throw away your spear and fight with your short sword." Terrence immediately understood. He immediately threw away his spear and pulled out his short sword from his dimensional bag and began a fight with Ron. The battle on the dragon's back was extremely thrilling. Both sides were using short weapons, and it was no different from fighting with their lives on the line. "Here!" Ron shouted, and a sharp bone spear pierced into Terrence's back. Terrence felt pain, shock, and anger. He roared loudly, and his fighting aura suddenly erupted. Ron couldn't dodge in time and was sent flying by the shockwave. He fell off the back of the Ankylosaurus and onto the ground. "I'm going to kill him." Terrence was almost mad with anger. He couldn't even gain the upper hand against a necromancer, and he was even injured. Anger replaced reason, and he charged at Ron on his giant Ankylosaurus. "Ron, be careful," Aurora shouted. Her heart was in her throat. Ron shook his head, trying his best to clear his head. As soon as he raised his head, he saw a bloody mouth with sharp teeth coming at him. Dodge! There was only one thought in Ron's mind. He rolled to the side and dodged the attack. However, even though he managed to dodge the Ankylosaurus jaws, he couldn't dodge its 4 thick limbs. With a loud crack, a heart-wrenching pain shot through Ron's arm. He couldn't help but scream, and it sounded extremely mournful in the quiet night. The bones in his arm had been crushed by the Ankylosaurus, which weighed several tons. Haha, this kid's arm is broken. Terrence's eyes were filled with the joy of revenge. He approached step by step with a sinister smile. "Quick, get rid of him now." Ron retreated to the side, his face full of pain. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and hatred. This Dragon Knight's defense was insanely high, and its magic resistance was insane. It was an invincible existence. This class was simply too heaven-defying. "Rum, use your healing spells and save Ron." Aurora's eyes reddened. She shot several arrows to save Ron, but it was all in vain. The Dragon Knight's defense was so strong that it didn't fear arrows at all. "All right," Rum replied in a low voice. He saw Ron covered in blood, and his nerves tensed up. "Heal!" Rum raised the dark gold scepter in his hand and silently chanted an incantation. His face was filled with a hint of holiness. However, just as he feared, nothing happened. Cold sweat flowed down Rum's forehead. At this critical moment, his healing spell failed again. This was a fatal mistake. Rum. Aurora's eyes reddened. There was no need to ask. His old problem was acting up again. However, Aurora couldn't do anything. No matter how strong she couldn't replace Rum as a priest. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. They had been able to hold on until now because of Ron. If Ron lost his ability to fight, the consequences would be unimaginable. Karachi anxiously said, Rum, I beg you, you must save Ron. Otherwise, we will all die here. How could Rum not know the current situation? He was also anxious, but he really couldn't do anything about his problem. At this time, he wished he was a magician. Even if he couldn't use magic, he wouldn't be so stressed. At this moment, it was simply a matter of life and death. Ron rolled to the side. His arm, which had been crushed by the ankylosaurus foot, was in excruciating pain. This made it impossible for him to concentrate his soul energy. He glanced at Rum, and his heart sank. This detail was also caught by Burns. He was overjoyed. What? Your priest can't use healing spells? God is really helping me. Haha, it seems that you're destined to fail today. Ron lowered his head so that no one could see his expression. It wasn't that he couldn't heal his injury. In his portal bag, there was a priest's corpse that had been refined into a zombie. This was one of his trump cards, but he didn't dare to take it out. At this time, Hummelin anxiously said, Ron, why don't you take out that zombie to heal yourself? Those 5 Dragon Knights are no joke. Ron said, Grandpa Hummelin, if I take it out, won't the matter of the headless corpse be exposed? Soon, people will link it to me. Hummelin thought about it and agreed. A lifeless corpse that could still attack was already very eye-catching. Coupled with the matter of the headless corpse, if he took out that zombie now, many people would link it to Ron. Hummelin felt extremely sullen. Necromancer, a profession that had disappeared, had so many restrictions in this world. This was something he didn't expect. He sighed and didn't say anything else. Ron's situation was getting worse and worse. The skeleton warriors and skeleton magicians were scattered and had no fighting power left. He was also forced into a corner. At this time, he shouted, Rum, don't give yourself too much pressure. Focus, you can do it. Ron's words were like a bright lamp that suddenly woke Rum up. That's right, focus. Only by focusing can I release the healing spell. How can I be so anxious? Focus, focus. Rum tried his best to calm himself down. His eyes focused, and he seemed to have entered a mysterious state. The noise around him suddenly became abnormally quiet. He took a deep breath, slowly raised the scepter in his hand, and used an extremely low voice to read the evaluation. Not long after, a trace of white light appeared on the scepter. Just as everyone was sinking into despair, Rum shouted, Healing spell? At this moment, white light soared into the sky around Ron's body, and traces of yellow light novels appeared. Elemental energy appeared from his feet and rose to the top of his head. The wounds on Ron's body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ka-ka! Sounds came from his arm, and the broken bones began to recover. Chapter 140. Ron is cured. That's great. There's finally hope. Everyone in room 302 was overjoyed. Their despairing hearts slowly became active again. Well done. A smile also appeared on Ron's face. He gave him a thumbs up, then turned his head and looked coldly at Terrence and the others. Terrence was stunned for a moment, then smiled disapprovingly. So he's cured? But it's useless. You can't do anything to us. Terrence was right. Ron was indeed helpless against these Dragon Knights with strong defense and magic defense. But on the other hand, how could Terrence and the others have the ability to do anything to him? Well, what about it? Ron had the soul ring in his hand that could infinitely replenish his soul energy. If this continued, it went without saying that the final victor would be Ron. But Terrence and the others didn't know this. Grandpa Hummelin, is there really no way to deal with these guys? Ron was helpless and could only ask Grandpa Hummelin for advice. Hummelin didn't comment. He stroked his white beard and smiled. How could there be no way? It's just that you can't think of it. Didn't you encounter opponents with strong defense when necromancy was prevalent 100,000 years ago? If you can't even deal with them, then how can necromancers survive in this world? Ron was overjoyed. Grandpa Homelin, what's the solution? Homelin smiled. Ron, you once learned a necromancy spell called Poison Bone Dagger. Have you forgotten it so quickly? Poison Bone Dagger. Ron's eyes lit up. Wasn't that right? The Poison Bone Dagger's range was short and its lethality was limited, so Ron rarely used it. However, its poison was very tyrannical. He didn't need to stab too deep. As long as there was a small wound, the poison would quickly spread and cause the opponent to lose their fighting strength. Even if the opponent used Do Chi to force out the poison, it would also play a very big role in restraining the poison. His side could take the opportunity to attack. It could be said that the essence of the Poison Bone Dagger wasn't in the dagger, but in the poison. Barnes smiled. What a necromancer. I admit that I underestimated you back then. I didn't expect you to be this powerful. But now, you no longer have a chance. I'm going to kill you and send your body back to Balrifax Academy. Hee, your teacher will feel terrible when he sees your body. Shameless boasting. Ron smiled slightly, and in an instant, he became confident. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Give me your life. Barnes was furious. Since you want to die, don't blame me. As he spoke, he rode his ankylosaurus towards Ron. Seeing this, the other 4 dragon knights also attacked Ron. They knew very well that he was the key figure in this group. As long as he fell, the others wouldn't be a problem. Ron had a faint smile on his face. Facing the attack of 5 dragon knights, he wasn't afraid at all. When Barnes and the others approached, Ron suddenly swung his hand and a green light flew out. Barnes laughed. That's all you've got. Let me tell you, such a weak attack can't hurt me. Barnes laughed. He didn't dodge and let the ankylosaurus crash into him. With a bang, the bone spear only managed to penetrate a little before it couldn't go any further. Ron waved his hand again and again without stopping for a moment. Several streaks of green light attacked the other 4 dragon knights. Those few were also holding earth dragons with strong defensive power. None of them dodged. It was not that they could not dodge, but that they did not want to dodge at all. Without exception, all the tempered bone daggers pierced their ankylosaurus, but they also only pierced the skin. Is this all you've got? One of the dragon knights snorted indifferently. Next, it's time for you to die. As he finished speaking, he rushed towards Ron with a spear in his hand. A strange smile appeared on Ron's face. Just as the spear was about to stab him, his body turned into a cloud of mist and disappeared in front of them, causing everyone to stab empty air. Unorthodox stuff. Burns snorted coldly as he watched the mist condense not too far away. The mist condensed back into Ron's appearance. He smiled and said, Now it's my turn to counterattack. Ron summoned skeleton warriors, and skeleton mages in one go. A group of skeletons stood in front of the dragon knights, making their scalps tingle. Terrence snorted coldly. These skeletons are useless to us. Just accept your death obediently. Before he finished speaking, one of the dragon knights screamed, What's wrong with my ankylosaurus? The ankylosaurus under the dragon knight was losing its strength quickly. It couldn't help but growl in a low voice. At the same time, its body began to wobble. Mine too. What's wrong with the ankylosaurus? Several dragon knights began to make a big fuss. Ron smiled coldly. He knew that the poison in the Poison Bone Dagger was starting to take effect. These guys didn't take this weak attack seriously and even attacked him fiercely. This made the poison take effect even faster. Barnes was shocked. He realized that his ankylosaurus was showing the same signs. Perhaps it was because its level was higher than the normal ankylosaurus, so it could still resist for a while. The other ankylosaurus were already lying on the ground. Barnes was shocked and angry. He glared at Ron. What did you do? Ron smiled. It's nothing. I just put some poison in it. Barnes looked down. Sure enough, the small bone dagger was stuck in the ankylosaurus. The wound had already turned black. You despicable bastard. You actually used poison. Barnes immediately pulled the dagger out of the ankylosaurus and cursed. He had forgotten that he should be unscrupulous in battle. Don't panic. Our strength is linked to that of the ankylosaurus. We can use our impetus to force the poison out, Barnes said calmly. Unfortunately, Ron wouldn't give him a chance. When they used their impetus to force the poison out, he ordered the skeleton army to attack. Countless skeleton warriors, and skeleton mages rushed towards the 5 dragon knights. Skeletons covered the ground, and magic filled the sky. The dragon knights immediately fell into a sea of skeletons. They wanted to use their impetus to force the poison out, but the crazy skeletons made it impossible for them to do so. The ankylosaurus had also lost its former majesty. Under the attack of the poison, they didn't even have the strength to stand. Finally, a few of the giants fell to the ground with a thud. Without their dragons, the dragon knights were no longer dragon knights. They were just normal knights. Under Ron's skeleton sea tactic, they began to crumble. Ron had completely thrown caution to the wind. He used up all of his soul force in order to counterattack, while the other side was using impetus to force the poison out. If he helped the ankylosaurus force the poison out, he wouldn't be able to deal with the overwhelming attacks. If he didn't force the poison out, then the ankylosaurus wouldn't be able to fight. The ankylosaurus fell to the ground and announced the end of the battle. Apart from the dragon knights, the others weren't Ron's match. They cooperated with Aurora and took them down one by one. More than 10 people from the Soaring Dragon Academy were lying on the ground in disorder. They were all seriously injured and couldn't get up. They only let out light groans. Burns' face was covered in blood and wounds. His white hair had become as messy as weeds. At this moment, he had been attacked by countless skeletons and was heavily injured. His ankylosaurus was lying not far behind him. It had long lost its ability to fight, and its huge belly was heaving up and down. It wasn't that this kind of injury couldn't be treated. The key was that the priest on his side was under Ron's control. The priest from the Soaring Dragon Academy powerlessly sat on the ground. Manny, who was holding a one-handed sword, was watching over him. He was very clear that if he tried to use healing magic at this time, Manny's sword would chop him down without hesitation. The priest's expression was sluggish. He still hadn't accepted the fact that they had failed. 5 dragon knights, 3 swordsmen, 2 magicians, 3 thieves, and a priest like him. They had dealt with 7 people, yet they still failed. How could this be? The necromancers from the other side were actually so strong. Well done. Even the dragon knights were defeated by you. Homelin's face was full of smiles. The more he looked at this disciple of his, the more satisfied he was with Ron. You're too kind. It's all thanks to Grandpa Homelin's guidance. Ron modestly said. What he said was the truth. If Homelin hadn't told him to use the poison bone dagger, the one hiding on the ground right now would be him. Homelin nodded in satisfaction. His shadow turned into a ray of light and returned to the ring. At this time, Aurora walked up with the heavily injured Barnes in one hand. She walked up to Ron and heavily threw him to the ground. How should we deal with this guy? Ron looked at Barnes and shrugged his shoulders. Of course we'll let him go. Or are we going to kill him? Aurora smiled. Killing him would be a bit troublesome. I reckon that the teachers from the Soaring Dragon Academy will come knocking on our door. But it doesn't matter. He was the one who provoked us first. Moreover, his strength wasn't enough. We could go wherever we go and reason things out. Our teachers aren't to be trifled with. Since the Soaring Dragon Academy provoked them first, Ron and the others naturally had the right to fight back. If they won, then everything would be fine. Even if they killed Barnes, the Balarax Academy would naturally fight back. But if they lost, then there was nothing to say. In the end, it was still a matter of strength. No need. Ron smiled and shook his head. We don't have any deep hatred with them. It's just a small matter. It's just that this guy is a bit arrogant. He should be taught a lesson. Aurora shrugged her shoulders. Her face was full of disapproval. However, Ron was the boss of Dorm 302. He had the final say. So be it. Barnes raised his head with a face full of resentment. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm. I still underestimated you. Ron smiled. Before he could reply, Karachi shouted from the side. Isn't it you who started it first? In the end, You're blaming us? Barnes didn't pay attention to Karachi. He stared at Ron like a viper and said with a smile, "You'd better kill me. Otherwise, this matter won't end." Ron frowned. Karachi raised her voice and said, "Yo, you're still being cocky. Do you really think we don't dare to kill you?" Chapter 141. Ron left first. Although the people in room 302 were furious, they did not dare to do anything rash. According to Fatty's plan, they should have at least humiliated them. However, Ron did not allow it, so they could only give up. Ron let them go, but this did not earn him any gratitude. He looked at Ron's back with hatred. He took a deep breath and looked at the distraught priest beside him. "Hurry up and save us. Do you want to die?" Yes, yes, boss." The priest trembled as he got up and used healing spells to heal them one by one. Barnes stood up and checked on his mount, the Ankylosaurus. He was relieved when he saw that it was fine. The 6th grade Ankylosaurus had an extremely tough physique. The poison could cause trouble for it, but it definitely couldn't take its life. Although it didn't have its master's orders, its instincts had already expelled the poison from its body. At this time, a Dragon Knight walked up and asked softly, "Boss, what do we do now?" "What do we do?" Barnes' heart was filled with humiliation. The other party didn't even bother to kill him. This was even worse than killing him. Barnes didn't even think that he was the one who started the whole thing, and he was also the one who blew things up. He attributed everything to someone else's fault. This was young Master Barnes' logic. "I will make him regret." Barnes clenched his teeth and said word by word, "I will kill him." Another Dragon Knight frowned and said hesitantly, "There's no need, right? We were the ones who caused trouble for him first. Besides, he let us go." Burns glared at him and snorted coldly. Another Dragon Knight pulled him back, and he did not dare to say anything. "In short, I won't let this matter rest so easily," Tyne said coldly before he left without paying attention to the crowd. The night passed uneventfully. The next afternoon, the second round of qualifiers for the ranking tournament was held. The 4 regions were fighting fiercely for the remaining positions. To them, if they failed, they would lose the right to compete. Ron and the others were already sitting in the stands, watching Shea's match. After last night's interaction, his relationship with Shea had become much closer. These 2 high and mighty beauties were not as difficult to approach as the rumors said. Beside Ron, Aurora pouted. Her face was filled with displeasure. What was so interesting about the competition between those 2 fellows? When she recalled that Ron had promised to help Shea upgrade her weapon, she became even more dissatisfied. Ron also had his own plans. He wanted to see how strong the Academy's #1 dormitory was, and whether or not he had the qualifications to compete with them. He had a premonition that sooner or later, they would clash with the Academy's #1 dormitory. At this moment, he remembered Machlin's cold eyes when he left. Dormitory 787's battle attracted many people's attention. Almost all the students from the other regions ran here. The reputation of the Academy's #1 dormitory was extremely resounding. "They're coming out! They're coming out!" Fatty's face was filled with excitement. Since last night, this guy had actually become a fan of Shea and Kadena. Aurora glared at him with dissatisfaction. "What are you shouting about? Didn't we see it?" Fatty had already shrunk back under Aurora's murderous glare. Manny covered her mouth and chuckled at the side. Ron raised his eyes and saw the door of the duel arena slowly open. The fully armed dormitory 787 walked out from inside. The one walking in front was surprisingly Machlin. Because of the scar on his face, he looked especially fierce. Walking behind him was Shea, and the third was Kadena. Ron didn't recognize any of the people behind them, but judging from their strength, they were all advanced professionals. None of them were lower than advanced professionals. They're all very strong. Lantry sighed. "If we were to meet them, I'm afraid we wouldn't stand a chance." Everyone deeply agreed with him. Ron was silent. Indeed, with their dormitory strength, they wouldn't be able to fight against them. Even if he could hold off Machlin, Aurora wouldn't be able to deal with Shea and Kadena at the same time. The others would be easily defeated and wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Homelin appeared beside Ron. His shadow overlapped with Aurora's body. As a soul, he didn't have a physical body. Glancing at Ron, Homelin already knew what he was thinking. He smiled and said, "How is it, Ron? Have you lost confidence after seeing them?" Ron nodded. He couldn't deny this fact. In fact, the gap between Dormitory 302 and Dormitory 787 was very large. This wasn't a fact that a person's strength could change. Besides, Ron wasn't sure if he could defeat Mocklin. This guy was too strong. Homelin seemed to be able to see through his thoughts. He smiled and softly spat out 2 words. "Not necessarily." Ron looked at him in surprise. Homelin smiled mysteriously. "Nothing. Focus on a match." Ron said, "Oh," and nodded. However, he forgot that Homelin's shadow overlapped with Aurora's body. This made Aurora puzzled. "Ron, why are you looking at me like that?" She thought there was something dirty on her face. She reached out her hand to read a pornographic novel. She wiped her face but found nothing. Ron was speechless. He withdrew his gaze and replied, "Nothing." Aurora whispered, "So strange." With that, her delicate body leaned closer to Ron. Homelin looked at all of this with a smile. As an experienced person, how could he not know about Aurora's little thoughts? But so far, he was quite satisfied with Aurora. She was born in a poor family, but her strength was high and she had great potential. Breaking through to the master level was a sure thing. It was very good that she could help Ron. Homelin's eyes fell on Aurora's ordinary face. Suddenly, he was stunned. What? No wonder. No wonder this little girl's archery is so strong. So, Homelin looked at Aurora for a long time and finally found something. This was Aurora's little secret. Let Ron find this secret himself. Homelin smiled while twirling his beard. Ron didn't pay attention to Homelin. His gaze turned to the duel field. At this time, under the tutor's announcement, the match between Dormitory 787 and Dormitory 506 finally began. Dormitory 787 took a slow and steady approach to their opponents. Dormitory 506 wasn't easy to deal with. They had all kinds of classes, and their strength was extremely tyrannical. Their captain was also one of the bosses who was on par with Hefel's. Dormitory 506 took a sudden approach and took the lead to attack Dormitory 787's weak point, the priest. The priest was the soul of a team and also an important guarantee for continuous battle. Without the priest, the whole team would fall into an awkward situation. It had to be said that the opponent's captain's vision was very sharp. Dormitory 787's strength was so strong that they couldn't gain the slightest advantage whether it was a one-on-one or a team battle. Their only chance was the priest. As long as the priest of Dormitory 787 was taken down or controlled, their side's victory was assured. But how could Dormitory 787's priest be killed like this? Mocklin beat them at their own game. He didn't care about his own priest and went for the opponent's priest. Dormitory 506 was immediately thrown into chaos. Mocklin's strength was beyond everyone's imagination. He stood in front of them like a solid wall, completely ignoring the opponent's rain-like attacks. The paladin's defense was terrifyingly high. Mocklin used the standard combination of a paladin with a one-handed shield and a scepter. He activated Divine Shield. Transparent shields spun around him, protecting him from the attacks coming from all directions. He easily broke into the opponent's team by himself. The captain of Dormitory 506 was overjoyed. He surrounded. Kill him first. Yes, I don't believe that he can withstand the attacks of so many of us by himself. Another person from Dormitory 506 said. Several people from Dormitory 506 pounced on Mocklin one after another. There were 4 or 5 people surrounding him. Captain Mocklin is surrounded. Should we go and help him? One of the people from Dormitory 787 was a little hesitant. No need. Look at how he's handling it. I believe he can handle it. Another person said. Shea took a closer look. Wasn't that right? The people surrounding Mocklin couldn't break through his defense at all. The scepter in Mocklin's hand was a dark gold-grade weapon. It was extremely powerful. The heavy scepter was like a heavy hammer as it smashed towards the opponent. The enemy knight raised his shield to block it. Boom! With a loud sound, the knight was blasted back. He tasted something sweet in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. Mocklin was like a hot knife through butter. He quickly defeated a few people and came to the opponent's priest. Without thinking, he smashed down with his scepter. Divine Shield. The priest saw that the situation wasn't good. He immediately cast a divine shield to protect himself. Unfortunately, Mocklin's strength was much higher than the priest's. He smashed the divine shield into pieces and captured the frightened priest in one fell swoop. Mocklin's bravery stunned the people from dormitory 506. His godlike image was deeply engraved in their minds. We surrender, we surrender. Knowing that they were no match for him, they tactfully chose to surrender. They knew very well that Mocklin alone was enough to defeat them. Not to mention that there were so many powerful teammates in Dormitory 787. Dormitory 506 surrenders. Dormitory 787 wins. The Academy's instructor straightforwardly announced the results of the competition. He didn't think highly of Dormitory 506 either. The key was that Dormitory 787 was just too strong. They surrendered just like that. How boring. Kadena didn't cast a single spell before the battle ended. She pouted gloomily. Mocklin is too strong. Ron couldn't help but sigh. He annihilated a team by himself. The others didn't even need to do anything, Hummelin laughed. Your necromancy isn't any worse than his. As long as you cultivate to the peak of advanced necromancy. Peak. Ron said, that would be advanced level 10. I'm still far from that. Hummelin laughed. Soon. As long as you can enter that dream. Chapter 142. Outside the arena, there was a crowd of people, accompanied by all kinds of voices. A large number of students gathered around a bulletin board, discussing something in high spirits. On the bulletin board, the 64 teams were listed in order of advancement, and Ron's dorm 302 was among them. We really did advance, Karachi said excitedly. She had been in this academy for 2 years, and this was the first time she had advanced, so she was very excited. Ron said, what's so strange about that? Didn't Instructor Vivian tell us long ago? Aurora said, that's internal information. As long as the academy hasn't announced it, it can't be accurate. Oh, I see. Ron suddenly understood. He looked at the list line by line, and he saw Dorm 787, which was first in the Academy ranking tournament, and Heffel's Dorm 947. The dorms that had achieved good results in last year's ranking tournament were all on the list, and Ron could not help but feel the pressure on him. As long as we defeat one more team, we can squeeze into the 32nd place. Aurora's face was full of spirit. At this moment, Ron asked, all right, who's our opponent in the next round? Fatty smiled. The teams that entered the final round were randomly drawn before the tournament, so we don't know yet. Lantry said in a low voice, if we meet Mocklin's Dorm 787 in the next round, I'm afraid we'll be eliminated directly. Everyone nodded and looked at Dorm 787, which was dazzling on the list, with a worried look on their faces. Who cares? It's not our turn to be the champion anyway. It's already amazing to be able to rush into the 32nd place. Ron thought self-deprecatingly. Aurora sighed. That's right. It's already amazing to be able to squeeze into the 32nd place. Of course, it would be even better if we could go one step further. Everyone nodded in agreement. Hee hee. At this moment, Hummelin's laughter sounded in Ron's mind. Ron, the match hasn't even started yet. As the captain, how can you be discouraged? Ron smiled bitterly and said to Hummelin, Grandpa Hummelin, do you think I want to? Who doesn't want to fight for first place? But look at the overall strength of our dormitory. Not to mention them, even if I were to fight Mocklin alone, I might not be able to win. He is so strong. That guy is indeed stronger than you. Hummelin smiled. But it's not impossible to defeat him. Ron's eyes lit up. Grandpa Hummelin, Do you have a way for me to defeat him? Hamelin stroked his beard with a smile. It's not that there's no way, but it depends on how much you can comprehend. If you can comprehend it, you should have a chance to defeat them. After hearing Hamelin's words, Ron couldn't help but look forward to it. Night quickly arrived, and the sky was dotted with stars. Ron was sitting cross-legged on a large rock on the mountain outside the necromancy major's classroom. It was dark, quiet, and hidden. It had already become the best place for him to train. Hamelin's soul sat across from Ron with a solemn expression. His voice slowly sounded in Ron's ears. Ron, if you want to defeat a strong team like Mocklin, just summoning skeletons won't be enough. You also need to learn a more advanced necromancy magic, the art of curses. Art of curses? Ron's heart skipped a beat. He had never heard of this term before. Hamelin said, "That's right, it's curses. Curses are an extremely advanced necromancy magic. The difficulty of learning it is incomparable to normal necromancy magic. Let's put it this way. Out of 10 necromancers, less than one would be able to master the art of curses." Ron was shocked. It can't be, right? Only 1 out of 10 would be able to learn it? Hamelin said, "To be exact, 1 out of 10 is already very good. Even in the heyday of the Scourge Church 100,000 years ago, the number of necromancers who could learn the art of curses could be counted on one's fingers. Pornographic novels, the use of curses in necromancy magic is to weaken the opponent's strength, causing them to receive more damage when they are attacked. In other words, the art of curses itself doesn't harm people. The key is to reduce the opponent's resistance, attack power, and so on. It weakens the opponent to the greatest extent, allowing one's own attacks to be more effective. The art of curses is an extremely profound cultivation method. Everything about it is about the word comprehension. Although both use soul power, the art of curses is completely different from normal necromancy magic. If you comprehend it, then you can learn it. If you don't, then you won't be able to learn it no matter how hard you try." Hamelin paused for a moment before continuing. For necromancy magic like curses, even if some people become grand magus necromancers, which is to say experts of the sacred domain, they still won't be able to comprehend them. Some people are only beginner necromancers, yet they can still comprehend them. In other words, the comprehension of curses has nothing to do with one's strength or the strength of one's soul. Comprehension requires one's talent and luck. In other words, not every necromancer knows how to curse. Ron thought for a moment before asking, "Is it because the art of curses is extremely mysterious, so it's kept secret from ordinary necromancers?" Hamelin shook his head. "Absolutely not. Apart from forbidden necromancy magic, most necromancy magic is public knowledge. Curses are no exception. Those who know them can easily learn them, while those who don't know them can't. It requires one to come in contact with that so-called door. Generally speaking, those who have a deep understanding of necromancy magic will have an easier time learning curses." Ron said happily, "Grandpa Hamelin, does it mean that if I learn curses, I'll be able to defeat Mocklin?" Hamelin smiled. "That's hard to say. However, if the art of curses weakens the opponent, it's the same as strengthening yourself. It can be said that if you learn curses, it's the same as increasing your own strength." Ron was incomparably excited. I want to learn. Hamelin smiled. "Very good. I'll teach you as much as I can about the art of curses I know. Whether or not you can comprehend it will depend on yourself. Now, let's start learning the first art of curses, darkened spirit vision." After listening to Hamelin's detailed explanation, Ron sank into a deep state of comprehension. Just as Hamelin had said, the art of curses wasn't easy, but it wasn't difficult either. The key was to comprehend it. It wasn't difficult for those who knew it, but it wasn't difficult for those who didn't. 1 hour passed, 2 hours passed. Ron sat there motionless. His eyes were wide open as he quietly comprehended the art of curses. Hamelin wasn't in a hurry. He looked at Ron with a smile and gave him a few pointers from time to time. Unfortunately, when Ron heard it, it was like he was listening to a book from heaven. He couldn't understand it at all, let alone comprehend it. Darkened spirit vision was to reduce the enemy's vision. It would make the enemy unable to see the enemy's actions clearly and thus weaken their battle prowess. However, although the art of curses was also a type of necromancy magic, the method of using soul force was completely different. There was no comparison at all. This caused Ron to sink into deep distress. To learn the art of curses, one had to understand what curses were. The so-called curse was when one hated someone but didn't have the ability to take revenge, causing the other party to suffer misfortune. It could also be understood in this way. The art of curses wasn't an offensive method. Ron shook his head. This didn't make sense. Since it wasn't an offensive method, how could it cause the other party to react? Could it be that as long as he chanted some incantations, he could cause the other party to lose their sight, lose their limbs, become crippled, and age? This was simply a fantasy story from the end of time. Ron sank into deep thought. According to what Homelin's grandfather had said, the art of curses also required the use of soul force. But how could one use soul force to complete the art of curses? The so-called art of curses wasn't like summoning skeletons. It used soul force as a medium to create a physical object and then launch an attack on the enemy. The art of curses was illusory, colorless, and formless. Colorless and formless? Thinking of this, Ron couldn't help but laugh. Was there such an offensive method in this world? But it really did exist. Homelin's grandfather was right. The art of curses was all about comprehension. But what was colorless and formless? Was it water? Was it air? Or was it soul? Spirit? Spirit. Wait a minute. Ron's eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of light. His face revealed a trace of joy. Could the so-called art of curses be a spiritual attack? Ron's heart almost jumped out. The answer was about to be revealed. Ron knew that a powerhouse's spiritual force could do many things. One of them was to create illusions. The art of curses was to use soul force to influence the opponent's spiritual force to create illusions. Darkened spirit vision. Wasn't it a psychological suggestion formed by a powerful spiritual force, creating the effect of making the opponent unable to see anything? Was this the true profoundness of curses? Unknowingly, Ron had actually touched upon the true profoundness of curses. The so-called talent was all nonsense. Who would have thought that the art of curses was a spiritual attack? A long time had passed, but Ron was still sitting there in a daze. Homelin smiled and stood up. Forget it, Ron. The art of curses isn't that easy to learn. Otherwise, the streets would be filled with necromancers who knew how to use curses. Ron raised his head, his eyes shining with confidence. He said softly, Grandpa Homelin, I think. I've touched upon a little trick. What? Homelin was shocked. Ron had actually touched upon the threshold of curses so quickly. This was impossible. Homelin said with a trembling voice, Ron, what you said is true. Yes, Grandpa Homelin. Ron nodded. In order to make Grandpa Homelin believe him, he used darkened spirit vision on the spot. Ron's eyes focused. He slowly raised his hand and released a trace of soul force. And then it was over. It felt as if nothing had happened. In such a short moment, Homelin was incomparably excited. He clearly felt that Ron had indeed mastered the art of darkened spirit vision. After a long while, Homelin finally suppressed the excitement in his heart. He took a deep breath and said, Ron, what can I say about you? You've understood something that others can't understand in their entire lives. I really don't know if you were born in this world to learn necromancy. Ron was very excited. Grandpa Homelin, I've really learned the art of curses? Homelin nodded. That's great. Ron was so happy that he jumped up. After a while, Ron asked, Grandpa Homelin, after using this curse, will the enemy be completely blind and unable to see anything? That's not right. Homelin shook his head. They can still see things. It's just that their vision is lowered, so they can't see clearly. So it's not blindness. Ron was very disappointed. It's just lowering the enemy's vision. It doesn't seem to have much use. Homelin laughed. The necromancy magic that you spoke of that can make the enemy completely blind is no longer an ordinary necromancy magic. I'm afraid only a god can use it. Darkened spirit vision lowers the enemy's vision in battle. It doesn't have much use for close combat jobs, but for long-range jobs. What do you think will happen if an archer can't see his target clearly? Chapter 143. When Hamelin saw that Ron had quickly grasped dark vision, he was very happy and taught him the second curse technique, damage increase. Damage increase would cause the enemy to suffer even more damage when attacked. The degree of damage was determined by the level of the caster's soul power. The curse technique itself did not cause any damage. Search for the latest updates here. This was a curse technique that was completely different from darkened spirit vision. Ron once again entered the state of enlightenment. However, to his surprise, this damage amplification curse technique was much more difficult than darkened spirit vision. In order to comprehend this curse technique, Ron had put in a lot of effort, but he was still at his wit's end. Hamelin comforted him. Don't be discouraged. Calm down. Curse techniques are not that easy to learn. Ron took a deep breath and nodded. He closed his eyes and quietly began to comprehend. Early the next morning, Aurora opened her eyes and got out of bed. She stretched her body and felt refreshed. She walked to the bathroom and washed up. When she returned to her room, she saw Manny and Karachi still sleeping soundly. A smile appeared on her face. She walked to their bedside and said with a smile, "You two little lazy pigs, get up quickly." Manny mumbled a response and turned over to sleep. Aurora turned to wake Karachi up, but she did the same. Heh, Aurora laughed. "You two lazy pigs, don't forget that today is the day we draw lots for the competition." As soon as Aurora finished speaking, Manny and Karachi hurriedly got up. One said, oh no, I almost forgot about this." While the other said, "I didn't oversleep, right?" Aurora smiled. "You're finally willing to get up. Luckily, we still have time." Manny and Karachi breathed a sigh of relief. To them, the ranking competition was a big deal. They could not afford to lose, especially now that they were filled with hope. With the current strength of room 302, as long as they drew lots, it would not be a problem for them to enter the top 32. It was even possible for them to enter the top 16. They hurriedly took care of their personal hygiene and put on their armor. At the same time, they wiped the dark gold weapons that they loved so much that they couldn't put them down and carefully put them into their spatial bags. When Aurora and the others walked out of the room, they found Fatty Gide, Lantry, and Rum already waiting there. They looked anxious. When they saw Aurora, they immediately said, "Oh no, Ron is missing, what?" Aurora was shocked. "He didn't come back last night?" "Yeah," Fatty said anxiously. "But before he left, he said he was going out to train. I didn't think too much of it and went to bed early. But when I woke up in the morning, he didn't come back." Manny also became nervous. Did something happen to Ron? Rum pondered for a moment and said, "It shouldn't be. He came back to the academy last night. I think he must have forgotten the time while he was training," Karachi said, "but the lot drawing ceremony is about to begin. What do we do if he doesn't come back?" Aurora quickly calculated in her mind and said decisively, "There's no other way. How about this? Fatty, you guys split up and look for Ron. When you find him, come find us at the dueling arena. Karachi and I will go to the dueling arena first and represent room 302 to participate in the lot drawing ceremony." Fatty nodded and said helplessly, "That's all we can do." When Aurora and Karachi arrived at the duel arena, they saw a sea of people. The duel arena was surrounded by students who were watching the excitement. They were all excitedly discussing the situation of the ranking tournament, and the atmosphere was very lively. In the stands in the center of the duel arena, the 64 teams that entered the final circle had all gathered, except for Dorm 302. Aurora and Karachi stepped into the arena at this time. "Sorry, teacher, we're late." Aurora was late, so she said embarrassedly. Their arrival had attracted the attention of many people. It was hard for Aurora not to attract attention. Only the two of them had come to draw lots. Everyone felt very strange, and many people started whispering. Room 302. Although it's not full, I remember that there are 7 people. Why are there only 2 people here? Could it be that they're too scared to come? Haha, that's possible. Room 302 is a waste concentration camp. I heard that it's not anymore. Pornographic novels? Not anymore. Only the 2 of you came. Where are the others? The teacher in charge of the lot drawing looked at Aurora and asked with a frown, "Isn't there 7 people in room 302? Why are there only the 2 of you here? Where are the others?" Aurora smiled and answered, "They have some things to do and can't make it in time. They entrusted me to represent room 302 to draw lots. They'll be here when the competition starts." The teacher nodded and didn't say anything. Instead, he announced the start of the lot drawing ceremony. Kadena, who was far away, naturally saw Aurora and the others. She gently touched Shea's arm and whispered, "Sister Shea, did you see that? Only 2 people from room 302 came, and Ron didn't come either." Shea nodded. "They're probably delayed by something. I think they'll show up during the competition. I hope so." Kadena was faintly worried. Shea smiled. "You little girl, why are you worried about others? Draw lots well. Mocklin said that you'll be representing room 787 to draw lots." Kadena smiled and stuck out her tongue. "Isn't it the same whoever draws the lot the same?" Shea was stunned. She thought that it was true. In the middle of the stands was a large metal box containing 64 balls. Each ball was numbered, and the opponents for the next round were determined according to the number. Those who drew number 1 would compete with those who drew number 2, and those who drew number 3 would compete with those who drew number 4, and so on. The order of the lot drawing was based on the order in which they advanced. Room 302 was ranked 14th. The first to advance was the leader of room 412. He strode to the box and took a deep breath. He reached into the box and stirred it, taking out a ball from inside. The teacher next to him took a look and said loudly, "Number 42, room 412 has drawn number 42. Another teacher stood in front of the blackboard and wrote the number of room 412 in the 42 position. The person who drew the lot took a deep breath. He looked at the blank blackboard and felt a little nervous. He still didn't know who his opponent was. What if he met the strongest dormitory 787 in this round? He would be eliminated in an instant. He was not the only one who was worried. Room 302 was the same. Among them, the most nervous was Karachi. She clasped her hands in front of her chest, and her handsome face was full of sincerity. She prayed silently. "Please don't meet Mocklin. Please don't meet Shanghai Furs. Please don't." However, she looked at the 64 teams on the bulletin board. None of them were to be trifled with. Karachi's actions also attracted Aurora's attention. She could not help but ask, "Karachi, what are you doing?" "I'm praying." Aurora frowned. "Focus on the competition. Don't do these useless things." Soon, it was Aurora's turn to draw lots. She took a deep breath and looked a little serious. She knew that this lot would decide the fate of room 302. Aurora walked to the box, reached in, and took out a ball. When she looked down, she was shocked. The tutor glanced at the ball in her hand and said expressionlessly, "Number 1. Aurora looked at the bulletin board and saw that the number 2 position was already occupied. It said room 418. Aurora breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not one of those abnormally strong dormitories. There was still hope for victory. When she thought of Ron's impressive strength, she could not help but feel relieved. A sweet smile appeared on her face. Karachi was surprised and happy. She was happy that although the opponent was not weak, it was not as strong as she had imagined. There was still a chance for victory. She was surprised that Aurora had drawn number 1. In other words, the competition would begin immediately after the drawing of lot ceremony. Aurora was also worried. She also thought of this problem. After the drawing of lots, the competition would begin immediately. What if Ron cannot come back? She did not dare to think about it. The lot drawing ceremony was still going on, but Aurora's heart sank. Fatty and the others looked for Ron all over the school. They even searched the necromancy major's classroom. Not to mention Ron, they could not even find a shadow of him. Everyone had gone to watch the drawing of lots ceremony. They found nothing and returned to the arena to find Aurora. "Did you find Ron?" Aurora asked as soon as she saw Fatty. Fatty sighed and shook his head. Everyone's hearts sank. Ron was the soul of the entire dormitory. Without him, how could they fight the competition? Karachi could not help but say, "The competition is about to begin. Where did Ron go?" Fatty was surprised. Preparing for the competition? So soon? Aurora said, "Yes, we drew number one. Number one." The hearts of everyone in room 302 sank to the bottom. Didn't this mean that the competition was about to begin? Fatty asked nervously. Then what do we do now? Everyone was silent. No one responded to Fatty's words. They did not know what to do. At this time, the teacher's voice sounded, "All the teams in the finals have drawn lots. The competition will now begin. Teams with numbers 1 to 8, please enter the arena." The 4 arenas could hold 4 competitions, and room 302 was undoubtedly the first. Seeing that they were about to enter the arena, everyone in room 302 was anxious. They had no other choice. They could not leave to find Ron now, because the competition was about to begin. Aurora pondered for a moment and looked up. Her eyes were bright as she said encouragingly, "I think that maybe we're used to relying on one person. This is not a good thing. Even without Ron, we must defeat them." Everyone watched quietly, not saying a word. Aurora's eyes flashed. She suddenly raised her voice and said, "Do you guys have a confidence?" When she said this, she unconsciously returned to her demeanor as the boss of room 302. Everyone was stunned for a moment before replying in unison, "Yes." Chapter 144. At this moment, Ron had sunk into a deep state of cultivation and had even forgotten the time. He didn't know how long he'd been sitting there. Pornographic novels time passed by minute by minute. After a long time, Ron finally opened his eyes and softly spat out, "It's done." Ron had completely comprehended the curse weakened. Hummelin smiled. He was already numb to Ron's miracles. "Not bad. You took less time than I expected." "Ron, it looks like your talent in curses far exceeds my expectations." Ron had comprehended dark spirit vision in necromancy curses in such a short time. Now, he'd also comprehended damage amplification and weaken. If the first time was a fluke, then how could the second and third times be explained? The only possible explanation was that Ron had an extremely high talent in necromancy magic. However, Hummelin was wrong. Ron being able to comprehend curses had little to do with his talent, but rather the foundation he'd laid down. His understanding of necromancy magic was very deep, and this was also thanks to Hummelin's systematic guidance and explanations. Ron was also someone who liked to think. When he didn't understand a problem, he liked to get to the bottom of it. That was why he was called a genius. There were no geniuses in the world that far surpassed ordinary people. Even if there were very few people. Most of the so-called geniuses merely laid down a solid foundation in a certain area and walked further than others. Ron slowly raised his gaze. A trace of exhaustion appeared on his face. Comprehending curses for a long time was extremely taxing on his mental and physical strength. However, in his heart, learning 2 curses at once was worth it no matter how much effort he put in. He took out a handkerchief and gently wiped his sweat. Looking at the projection of Hommelin's grandfather, he asked, "Grandpa Hommelin, is the power of these curses really as powerful as you say?" Although Ron had learned the art of curses, he was doubtful of the power of these non-offensive methods. In his opinion, only necromancy magic that could knock down the opponent was good magic. Curses that had no lethality were unreliable no matter how he thought about it. Hummelin chuckled. "Ron, you're underestimating curses. As one of the most mysterious branches of necromancy, it's not that simple. Many years later, when you look back, you'll realize that the price you paid today was definitely worth it." Ron thought for a while and nodded heavily. "Grandpa Hommelin, I understand." Hommelin's eyes were filled with a kind smile. He looked at Ron as if he was looking at his own grandson. Ron also treated Hommelin as his own family. At this time, Ron raised his head and found that it was already the morning of the next day. He was shocked. This is bad. Only then did Ron remember that today was the day of the second round of the ranking battles. It seemed that he was already late. "Ron, what's wrong?" Hommelin still didn't know that Ron was participating in the competition. "Not good. Today's the second round of the ranking battles. I'm already late. I have to hurry over," Ron said and immediately got up and ran towards the dueling arena. In the dueling arena, the heavy iron gate slowly rose. Aurora, Manny, Lonsim, Kid, Lantry, and Karachi from room 302 slowly walked in. Their eyes were filled with determination as they secretly held their breaths. Even if Ron wasn't here, they still had to perform well. At the very least, they couldn't let the opponent look down on them. The iron gate of room 418 on the opposite side also rose. 8 people walked out. 2 magicians, 1 knight, 1 swordsman, 2 thieves, 1 paladin, and 1 archer. Apart from the lack of a priest, all the other professions were present. Leading the group were 2 people, both magicians. They were the famous Tajik brothers. They had once been defeated by Hefil's most loyal lackey, Frazino. However, they swallowed their anger and worked hard to cultivate their strength. Finally, they made a breakthrough and no longer had to look at Hefil's face. The Tajik brothers, Tajik and Tanak brothers, one was a fire adept magician, 6th rank, and the other was a water adept magician, 5th rank. 1 water and 1 fire, they were very similar. Adding to the fact that they were twins, their hearts and minds were connected. Together, they increased the power of their magic. Their strength couldn't be underestimated. This was the first round of the finals, especially the famous room 302. It attracted a lot of people, including Hefil's. Hefil's sat in the spectator seats not far away. He frowned slightly. Why are there only 6 people in room 302? Where's Ron? Frazino, who was next to him, smiled ingratiatingly. That guy must be hiding in fear, right? He didn't have a good impression of Ron, so he refuted, "Idiot." Hefil snorted discontentedly. He had seen Ron's strength. He didn't believe that Ron would be so scared that he would hide. There must be another reason why he didn't show up. A wretched little guy next to Hefil's came up and said with a smile, "No matter what Ron's purpose is, room 302 is going to lose today. Look, there are only 6 of them. 3 of them are trainees, and the priest doesn't count. Only Aurora and that female warrior can fight." Hefil's nodded in agreement. That's right. Without Ron, room 302 is nothing. It's difficult for them to even make it to the next round, let alone the top 32. They're definitely going to lose today. It's just a matter of how long they can last. On the other side of the spectator seats in the first division, Shea and Kadena were shocked. They thought of the same question at the same time. Where did Ron go? That's strange. Kadena thought for a while and said, "The competition has already started, but Ron still hasn't shown up. Where did that guy go?" Shea thought for a while and said, "Maybe he's late." I don't know. Kadena rolled her eyes. Sister Shea, do you think Ron is up to something? The first thing that came to Kadena's mind was a conspiracy theory. Shea shook her head. It's no use. Any conspiracy won't work. Even if Ron arrives now, according to the ranking battle rules, he's not allowed to enter the arena. He can only watch from the sidelines and can't use long-range attacks, such as magic. If he's discovered, he'll be disqualified immediately. Room 302 is done for. Out of the 6 of them, only Aurora can watch. The others can't, Kadena said with a bitter smile. To think that I was cheering for them in my heart. The tutor looked at room 302 strangely and asked, "Are there only 6 of you?" "Yes." Aurora nodded calmly. A trace of sympathy appeared in the tutor's eyes. "I remember that there were always 7 of you. However, no matter the reason, that person can no longer participate. I hope you understand." "Yes, I understand." Aurora nodded heavily. "Then let the battle begin." In room 418, the brothers Tajik and Tajik stood in front. Tajik smiled and said, "Brother, room 302 only has 6 people. The strongest Ron isn't here. It seems that even the heavens are helping us win." Tajik said in a low voice, "Don't underestimate the enemy. Without Ron, there's still Aurora, who's equally strong. We can't let our guard down. If there was one thing that mages fear the most, it would undoubtedly be an archer who could never miss a shot. Without a strong defense like a warrior, mages would be slaughtered in front of an archer. However, looking at it from another perspective, once an archer was approached by a knight or a warrior, it was also very dangerous." "Yes." Tajik's heart trembled. He had always listened to his brother and immediately nodded in response. At this moment, a thin and weak figure stumbled into the arena. Ron ran and shouted, "Wait, wait for me. I'm coming. Ron, Ron." Everyone in room 302 ran to the side of the arena, their faces full of surprise. Fatty immediately asked, "You rascal, where did you run off to?" I'm sorry, everyone. I'm late," Ron said with a flushed face. Manny laughed and scolded, "Hurry up. The battle is about to start." Ron stretched out his leg and was about to step into the arena when he was stopped by a strong hand. The person who stopped Ron was a mentor. He was a knight. His tall figure stood in front of him and said coldly, "I'm sorry, you can't go in," Ron said embarrassedly. "Mentor, I'm sorry, I'm late." "I know," the mentor said expressionlessly, "but I'm sorry. According to the ranking battles rules, you've already lost the right to enter the arena." Ron was stunned. So, there are only 6 of you." The mentor glanced at Ron, "But you can watch from the sidelines." The eyes of the people in room 302 were filled with regret, while Ron lowered his head dejectedly. Who told him to be late? Aurora seemed to have seen through his thoughts and smiled. "Ron, don't worry. Even if there are only 6 of us, we'll still win." Manny forced a smile. "That's right, Ron, don't worry." In reality, they had no confidence at all. There was only one battle. If they lost, they wouldn't have the chance to participate again. Everyone's heart felt like it was being pressed down by a huge rock, abnormally heavy. "Please return to the arena." The mentor began to urge. Room 302's team had no choice but to return to the arena. Aurora saw Ron's worried expression, smiled, and made an okay gesture. "You, come here, stand further away," the tall knight mentor said to Ron. Ron could only do as he was told. The knight mentor glanced at Ron and said sternly, "I have to remind you, don't try to use any method that can attack the opponent on the arena. You've already lost the right to enter the competition. Your actions will be considered cheating and will cause the entire dormitory team to lose the right to enter the competition. Do you understand?" You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.